Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting for the East Point City Council for May 18th, 2026. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hemming.
Here, present.
Councilmember Freely.
Here.
Councilmember Atkins.
Present.
Councilmember Ziegler. Councilmember Mitchell.
Present.
Councilmember Cummings.
Present.
Councilmember Caldwell.
Present.
Councilmember Martin Rogers. Mayor Chapman, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much. And for tonight's invocation, do we have someone to do the invocation tonight?
Ms. Tanji Clark is here from St. Stephen's Missionary Baptist Church. She wasn't the scheduled pastor, but she said that she would do the invocation for today.
Okay, welcome. Thank you so much. And then we'll have the pledge to the flag.
Madam Mayor, I'll just say it's Reverend.
Amen. It's Reverend Tanji Clark from St. Paul Missionary Baptist Church. Happy to be here and excited about the things that God's going to do in the community. Shall we pray? Gracious God, our Father, from everlasting to everlasting, thou art God. Dear God, we thank you for this mayor and this council, dear God. We thank you for the ability to congregate in your name. And dear God, we ask that you would move mightily in the city, dear God. We ask that the decisions that are made, they're made in spirit and in truth. The support that is needed, that philanthropic efforts are given to this great city. Dear God, we ask that blessings come from the north, the south, the east, and the west. And dear God, we ask for unity continuously among the city council and the constituents. We ask for mighty moves of God to be happening in the city of East Point and the beacon light being shed and shown abroad, and that people will remember East Point and recognize East Point and know that it is a great city doing great things. These things we ask. In the mighty and matchless name of Jesus Christ, we do give you praise. In Jesus' name, as believers of God, we collectively say, Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Tonight's Sergeant of Arms will be Captain Robinson. Good evening, sir, and thank you for your service.
You got it, Ivy? You got it.
And next, we'll have the adoption of the council agenda. Do we have any requests for changes for the agenda? Hearing none, may I have?
My mic
Oh,
is
sorry,
on.
go ahead. Councilman Atkins and Councilman Mitchell.
Oh, I wanted to make the motion.
Yes. Madam Mayor, I would just ask that item number 18 is an agenda item that I am sponsoring, and in consultation with the city attorney, we think it's best to dispose of item number 13 first, which is on the agenda for action this evening. So I'll ask for have this removed and move to our 18 to our June 1st meeting.
Okay, so you're going to move item number 18 to the June 1st meeting?
Yes.
Okay. And then you mentioned item number 13.
13 is saying these items are related, but in consultation with the city attorney, that is about the partnership, number 13, but it's for the same project. So we would do the partnership agreement, the resolution for that this evening, the P3 agreement, and then do the redevelopment or the development agreement at the June 1st meeting.
Okay, so, all right. Are there any more changes? Let's see, we have Councilman Martin Rogers.
Yes, I would like to remove under presentations and announcements. I do see that the first public hearing for the fiscal budget is under the public hearing, so I would like to remove item number 4 under presentations and announcements. Thank you.
Okay, council, with the changes to the agenda,
Madam Mayor?
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Hemming.
Yes, so is item number 3 the same thing as the public hearing? And should that presentation happen with the public hearing so the public can hear the presentation before they respond?
You're asking if item number 3 should go under public hearing?
Should be, yeah, presented with the public hearing? I don't think so.
Is it a duplicate? This is for,
It's not a duplicate, Madam Mayor. The public hearing is required by law. The presentation under number 4, well, 11-4, I'm sorry, 3, because we just removed 4, is certainly fine if it goes before the public hearing. I would assume that there would have been a presentation before the public hearing, so we don't have to do it twice if you want to have it right before the public hearing.
that's fine. So we're just going to move number 3 up to under public hearing, so we're going to have the combination of the two? Is that what we're
You'll get a
proposing?
presentation,
Okay.
and then you'll open the floor for the public hearing,
Madam Mayor?
similar to zoning presentations.
I'm sorry, you said there were times.
Yes, Madam Mayor, so would that still allow council, after the public have spoken, would that allow council to participate in discussion, or do we need to have them separated?
Madam City Attorney? No, I'm asking.
So if you think about this in the terms of how we do public hearings for other things, I do believe council asks questions, participates in the discussion, after the public has spoken, obviously. So I don't see an issue with that happening at number 1, or leaving it at number 3 in addition to, right? If there might be more commentary that needs to be made. So, Madam Mayor, I think I will defer to you on how you best want your agenda, but I don't think either scenario is wrong.
Okay, so we can put number 3 up to the public hearing so that the presentation can be made, and then after that, then council can have comments after. Does that make sense for the order of the flow? Okay, so we'll have number 3 for the presentation, and the first public I guess what I'm confused on is the first public hearing for that section of it. Is he not presenting the budget, I guess?
I think it's 6 one way, half a dozen
Okay.
another.
All right, that's fine.
Yep.
I mean, okay, it seems like to be the same thing. I'm not understanding the difference of where it is. So at this point, we can just, to Councilwoman Hemming's recommendation, we can move number 3 up so that the presentations will now have 2 presentations, and we'll have the public hearing, the budget presentation followed by the public hearing for the budget 2027 proposal. So with those changes, are there anything else? Go ahead.
I just had a question about that. So, does it provide, or is there any limitations on us being able to speak? Time constraints, anything? What I was going to suggest is possibly pushing the budget presentation before public comments, just leaving it at that, public comments, and then keeping item number 4 for any discussion for council. Or, well, 4. So both. So 3 would be the presentation where he can just have the presentation, and then the public can have a public hearing and speak on that. And then we still have an item where council can discuss it.
There's nothing legally wrong with that or the heard from Councilmember Hemming. I think whatever we can get to learn from your colleagues will be what the agenda reads. But that's a fine approach as well. Okay,
So, council, okay. So with the adoption of the agenda, we have two changes, well, a third now, and then we'll go with the the presentation of the budget, and then we'll go into the public hearing. Council can make comments after the hearing, the hearing, correct? You can make comments on the budget after that. Okay, so with those changes, do we have a motion to adopt the agenda, removing item number 4, removing item number 18 to June 1st, and removing the budget presentation under public hearing, followed by the first public hearing and council comments?
So
So you
moved.
guys, okay.
So moved.
Okay. Do we have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it. The agenda has been adopted. And then next up, we have the approval for the city council minutes. Do we have any questions, changes or updates to that? Okay. All right, do we have a motion to approve the council minutes from, oh, we don't have
Yeah, they don't have it.
where they're from.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. The minutes weren't done properly, and I found that out after 3 o'clock today. So,
Okay.
yes.
So we're going to.
Well, no one will have time to read them,
Okay.
because it's all verbatim.
Okay.
But
So
they have been corrected, but,
you haven't had a chance to adopt them?
well, yeah, they had to be majorly fixed.
Okay. So with that, I guess we can move forward, and then can we add those in to next meeting?
They will go on the next meeting along with this meeting.
Okay. All right, so the actual council minutes from, I guess, May 11th, I guess, will go on the next meeting for approval?
It would be May 4th.
Okay,
Yeah.
my bad, May 4th. Okay. Now, let's see, next we can go into the public hearing. I'm sorry, the presentation. Thank you, Councilwoman Hammond. $15, what is the time, the set? Is it 15 for the public hearing?
Not for the budget. That won't apply.
Okay, so we'll probably need more time for that, but,
Is our screens on?
okay.
Great. Okay. Might have to switch glasses. But, yeah, it looks better. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, City Council.
Good evening.
Like to present our fiscal year 2026-27 budget. So, this year, if you recall, I came in kind of on the tail end of the last year's budget. And in last year's budget, we really didn't have a up-to-date strategic plan. So one of the things we wanted to make sure this year that we got a chance to revisit and look at what our previous strategic plan was, and City Council spent a great deal of time, spent a Saturday working and hammering out these issues. And so we were able to reaffirm many of these items: fiscal sustainability, safe and sustainable communities, innovative and high-performing organization, and also infrastructure and capital improvements. And this year, we also had a 5-year outlook on our capital improvements. So it's truly a CIP plan this year. And economic growth remained to be a focal point for the council. So we ran into a couple of, in preparing this budget, we ran into a couple of challenges. One of the things that we discovered, particularly looking at, and I'll spend a little bit more time looking at overly optimistic revenue projections. And so that has a lot of impacts, and I'll go more into detail on that. But also historic reliance on fund balance reserves to balance the budget, and we'll be talking about that as well. The audits continue to be, a challenge. We've been speaking about those in many of the recent meetings. Certainly, we'll talk about the implications of that, and certainly having some consistency in managing operations. And we just talked about the capital improvement budget having a 5-year outlook as opposed to just a 12-month outlook, and continue to have and appreciate and look at ways to strengthen transparency, equity, and public engagement in our budget process. So kind of had a little fun a little bit with the imagery here. I think some might be familiar with pop culture, The Matrix. In this movie, there's this point in time where the hero, played by Neo, who is the one, but he gets a choice early on to talk about, do you want the truth, or do you want to continue to live in a kind of fantasy world, which is called the Matrix? And so this kind of represents a little bit of the path road of the budget. Early on for me, I certainly felt like this, like there were a number of structural budget issues that added to our imbalances and actually eroding to some of our fund balance issues, and creating some uncertainties as to the city's fiscal position. And so obviously that reduces confidence, not only by the council, but the public. And we've had some challenges with our bond rating agencies expressing the same concerns and lack of information that resulted in them dropping until we can get our data points together. And then also there's been a history of deferring capital projects. So a number of different things places us in situations where we're, reacting in our decision-making process as opposed to strategically planning for our decision-making process, I should say. The other thing, and particularly when we think about power, service delivery issues and disruptions. So all these things kind of, create an environment, but it really kind of stems to what this next slide really shows. And this is a slide that shows our projected budgeted revenues, our actual revenues, our budgeted expenditures, and our actual expenditures. So this is really important. If you look at our last 10 years, we have basically had projections that have been rather robust. If you look at, and where you can really tell is look at our actual revenues. If you look at each one of those years, you can tell that we're outpacing, our projections are outpacing our actuals by tens of millions of dollars. And so what's the impact of that? Well, if we continue to go through over-projecting and wound up having our budgeted expenditures, if you look at that, those numbers look like they coincide with the over-projections. That becomes a challenge if we have a budget that is actually outpacing our actual revenues that, of dollars coming into the city. So in many cases, I think we've been kind of lucky because we haven't actually spent our full budget. And in some cases, those expenditures are actually below our actual revenues. So in that year, you actually did okay, not by design or by strategy, but by either just not being able to fully meet your budget, or inefficiencies in your budget, or having large vacancy rates in employees, or all kinds of different reasons why that is, but certainly not strategically or planned way to balance your budget. And the problem also is when you get to years like in 2023, if you look at the actual expenditure and then you look at the actual revenue, we literally outpaced it by almost $9 million. And that is a in-year deficit that is created in that particular year. That also happened in a couple other years. You add all those up, this graph shows that over a 10-year period, roughly $13.9 million had come out of fund balance. And so one of the first things we looked at is like, okay, well, if that came out of fund balance, what were the documentations for that? Because anytime you go into fund balance, you're supposed to go to City Council for approval. Well, we couldn't find any approvals to show where that has happened. And then we looked at, well, maybe that happened with budget amendments. Again, a lot of these happen at the end of the year because you're essentially in a position of trying to balance the budget at the end of the year end, and those things didn't have any coincide budget amendments to show how we balanced those budgets in those years. So that meant roughly $14 million came out of our fund balance without a true record of showing where those dollars came from and what they were used for. So this depiction is, there's a lot of things going on in here, but what I really wanted to show, and particularly when we identified that $14 million came out of fund balance, we wanted to actually see, well, where did that $14 million come from? And so certainly at the bottom of that pool, and this pooled cash system is how we handle most of our finances. They go into a pooled cash, one bank account, and then in there's directions or tracking into various funds within that account. And so the one that is kind of a miscellaneous fund where you can utilize, and we typically call it fund balance, even though all of these things in the pooled cash are a form of fund balance. Unassigned funds is what we typically go to when we have unexpected rainy day kind of situations. And balancing a budget at the end of the year would be one of those things. The challenge is if we don't have an idea of what is in the unassigned funds, because we have used it in ways to balance the budget unbeknownst to making documentations like a resolution from council, then it's very hard to understand how much more or how much is in the unassigned funds. while we also have to consider all the other reserve funds, like the general fund, the electric or power fund, the water resources reserve fund, solid waste and stormwater, all of those reserve funds have mandated by local ordinance amounts. And so I could run into the challenge of taking from those areas while I'm trying to balance the budget at a year end, dealing with some of the over projections and those issues, or I could be taking from other funds that come through the pooled cash system, which could be state funding that have requirements, say for example, that you can only use state funds for capital projects if it's with the most or if it's with T-SPLOST. Even though those are separate accounts, there's many times where the general fund will make payments on behalf of those accounts, and if we don't have good tracking methods, then it can get lost in the pooled cash system that we have. So there's been a couple of times where we've had auditors say, hey, you're not keeping up with your journal entries, or some of your tracking mechanisms haven't kept pace or haven't been updated in a timely manner, or if they didn't get closed out properly at the end of the year, so then you have issuers rolling over into another fiscal year. Those challenges create uncertainty in your pool cash system. And so that's going to be, a bigger point. I'm going to keep on coming back to the challenges that poses, but keep in mind that issue. We also have some other some challenges that has hit us in this fiscal year and also needed to be considered for next fiscal year. And one of them is the, now we're going to the second year of House Bill 581. That expands the homestead exemption. So while we definitely don't have anything against the whole homestead exemption expansion, it does have impacts on our budget. So just looking at the dollars in this current fiscal year, we see a shortfall of $1.9 million of additional strain on revenues because of the impact of House Bill 581. This one is also some of the headwind that we've experienced. So the rollback millage rate, and again, rollback is just essentially saying this is the rate that we would have just to maintain the previous millage rate. And so in last September, just to maintain the year before, we would need to have 13.34 millage rate, but we actually wind up adopting 13 even millage rate. That actually created a $2.7 million shortfall. So just those two things right there were adding to the challenges of our fiscal year, not to mention challenges with over-projecting. This slide really focuses on our most recent challenges that we've been discovering is in our power fund. So going back to the slide where we're looking at the pool cash system and we're looking at those reserves that we have, those reserves are established by our fund balance stabilization policy. And in there, we have $15 million that we have attested to being in our power reserve. Now coming forward here, we've recognized that we have a deficit in this current year and will plan to have a deficit in the next fiscal year. And so this fiscal year, there's a number of things going on that could attribute to that deficit. But one of the things that was certainly of a lot of discussion is our current rates. And our current rates is a fluctuating rate. So when we say we have summer rates and winter rates, we're essentially saying we have one rate that reflects something different in the summertime, and another rate is the same rate reflects something different in the wintertime, much like a hotel having a peak season and off-peak season. It's one rate, and that rate is what has been used to project future capital improvement plans, which we've already been engaged in. And so we've been paying out for these capital improvement plans for projects like grid hardening and the projects that we've seen with putting utilities underground. Those bills we have taken on, those bills we've paid for, those bills are still ongoing, and they were based on our full rate, not a partial rate. We learned around 5 years ago, around COVID, some memo went out, not by the council, but by a former finance director, that we would suspend the rates. But the rates are established by ordinance, and so no staff member, not even the city manager, can suspend the rates without bringing that before city council. But that happened. And over a 5-year period, and this was based on ECG's presentation at council, I believe it was last month, where they calculated the accumulative effect of losing by being, I guess, suppressed in the rates that we were by losing the summer rates. We were picking up a $1.4 million shortfall every year. And so over 5 years, that's a $7 million shortfall. You go back to this slide when we're supposed to have 15 million in there, right? Now I'm already seeing that's minus 7 million. So let's go back and talk about some more of the challenges we have. So in the MCT fund, it doesn't show here, but we roughly have around $27 million in the MCT reserves. And the idea was that we were to have another $15 million in the city reserves, basically being around $42 million in various reserves. We learned that the city reserves and the MCT reserves, although supposed to be separate, had been utilized and operated as one reserve, which creates a lot of uncertainty, because now what might have been, or should have been, I should say, roughly $42 million of various reserves, MCT reserves and city reserves, now reflect more like 16 to 17 million in total reserves. I just got finished talking about a $7 million deficit by not being on our full rate. Now that's 16 million or so, 17 million, may only be 10 million. That being said, the longer that we stay on that trajectory, we're losing around another $117,000 a month every month we stay on the suppressed rate. Added over time, we're continuing to dig that hole. And so right now, just to close out the year, we're estimating around $2.8 million having to come out of MCT funds, and to have a balanced budget just for operating and keeping with our capital improvements, no new ones, but just the ones that we've already obligated to. That's going to require $5.9 million to balance that budget. So I want to go back and just talk again. So now the uncertainty, I'm looking at the power, I'm discovering that the reserves are just one reserve, not multiple reserves, or at least that's what the accounting of some of the data is indicating. I'm also looking at the 1.4 million that we've been short deficit on for the last 5 years, adding up to 7 million. I'm also looking at, we're continuing to go on the suppressed rate model, and we have operational issues that's adding to deficits that are either being incurred because we aren't getting our full rate, or being incurred that we need to have a rate that's even higher than the rate that that we have now, even though we're suppressing that. So there could be operational needs that aren't being paid for that because we need a higher rate, or just a suppressed rate that we've been working and living with, and or the fund balances being used because of over projections. And so you just add it, and not to mention the headwinds that we just got finished talking about with revenues coming in less before because of those other reasons of 581 and a lower millage rate. You add those up, it becomes very challenging to see how we move forward on this same trajectory. So there have been some questions, and certainly we really appreciated the American Rescue Plan dollars when they came in. Those dollars were specifically aimed as temporary dollars to help for some of the most vulnerable communities within the city, particularly in response to COVID-19. Those dollars are going to be all used up by the end of the year. They're not going to be replaced. Federal government has even said that things that those programs were initially aimed for are not going to be supported or have interests of the current administration. And so for that reason, and the fact of some of the things I've already laid out, general fund just was not in a position to be able to backfill those ARPA dollars. And so that has created challenges to try and keep some of the same type of activities and programming that was happening under those ARPA-funded programs, to try and keep those going. So we were able to do some realignment. We were able to bring in and reinforce some of the challenges that we've been having with public information requests. And so we've moved some things into police department, so that police department being our biggest department that have to deal with public information requests, not only just from general citizens, but also from courts and legal requirements of lawyers and things of that nature. So that department, we felt it was really smart to beef up the response and staff there, and a lot of that work was being done in our internal affairs department, which also has other obligations. And so we've created a way to move some folks from what was in our Office of Equity into helping some civilian positions in helping that activity. We also maximize on some of the social work and mental wellness expertise that we had in that department. And so now that's also going to police department to help with de-escalation training, also with responding to calls where people, assailants may be affected with mental illness, but not affecting any type of criminal or law breaking issues, and being able to utilize that expertise to de-escalate and find people assistance rather than getting them in our jails, which we already know are overcrowded and it presents challenges. We also had a number of housing initiatives going on in that department. That's going to be moving to economic development. So we'll still be doing we'll still be doing senior housing and housing initiatives, but it will be happening in economic development. And then we also had a person that, a specialist, program specialist that is going to transition into our budget analyst position, which is also needed in finance, as we've been talking about. So, so there's a number, just capping back, this goes back to the first slide. These are the things that the council have been working on, identifying the areas where we really need to be focused on. The next kind of series of slides are taking each one of those items and just highlighting some budget enhancements in those areas. In a spirit of time, I'm not going to spend time going through each one of those, but I do want to point out to the public that we have online our new budget, which gives much more detail to even than what these slides pick up in the budget message. I also want to highlight that we've had two online meetings with the public, and those meetings are online. And so I invite the public to go in and look at these things in detail. But we did hit each one of those, safe and sustainable communities, innovative, high-performing organizations. Each one of these highlights in the budget message is also connected to GL line numbers that you can reference to see where exactly that money is and what how much it is and what is it being spent for. We also have the capital improvement plan, and again, I didn't talk a lot about it, but we did have a capital improvement charrette this year. We've had the city department heads all go through everything that they have been working on, but also what they forecast as the future projects, and lay all those out. And we wind up having charrette where the public had the opportunity to go through those and take a look at what resonated with them. So we also got things here for economic growth. Those are areas that were some highlights there, but again, these are just a few. But what I really wanted to spend some time on and really kind of get a response to, there was a number of questions about what the budget sacrificed, if you will, or what the budget had to consider, what the budget had to consider to balance. And so one of the things of note is that the training and travel budget was substantially cut. While not totally zero, but very close to it, we still have positions that are certified that need to go through training to maintain those certifications. Those are funded. But I also want to bring the public and the council's attention to, and I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about our projections, but our projections this year are, we feel very sound but conservative. And I'm going to also spend a little bit of time on what we can do as a council, as a CMO, to really over-project, hopefully, or not over-project, but overperform, I should say, on those revenue projections that could give us the ability to come somewhere 6 months down the road, look at those revenue projections and feel comfortable to bringing back a budget amendment that can bring in some of the training and some of the things that we had to reduce on. So that's a little bit of a safety gap measure, but at the front of the year, until we get those revenues in, it was only solid, responsible to go in with a conservative model and make sure that we had a tight budget, that we could still meet all of the essentials and all of the core missions, but also be really responsible till we can actually see those revenues come in. Another question came up about the election costs and why it's reduced from $200,000 to $50,000. So I will say that Fulton County had been contacted. There are no major scheduled elections. I'm sure there could be a chance for a special election, so that's why we didn't just zero it out. But again, depending on if there is an emergency, if there is something that recalls us, we will still have the ability with almost all of these items to come back with a budget amendment, particularly when we get about 6 months down the road and we can get a real handle on what our revenue projections are actually coming in at. The other thing, and I think I talked about that already, there are home repairs for seniors. It just got moved to economic development. Emergency assistance reduction for utilities. Now, this is a casualty. This was funded with ARPA dollars. This was not a program that existed before ARPA, and now that ARPA is going away, this is a program that we're not going to be able to sustain. And that was $300,000 of activities. The community concert funding reduction. So this was something where I really didn't know where to go with it. I've kind of asked council on several accounts if there was some consensus on what that should look like. Really had no real clear direction on that. So we reduced it by 50%. And so some might look at the 443 number and say, well, that looks like it was last year. I just point out that that number is the total number. I think in previous years, there were activities that were spread out throughout various departments that all wound back or directed back to one event. So the event was really around $1 million when you took out all the departments, all the overtime, all of the coordination and everything. And so we brought it into one account under community events, community concerts, and we reduced that by 50%. And so that equates to 2 events. What used to be 4 events is down to 2. I think that can, that's something the council can make determinations on. I just didn't want to take it totally to 0. So that's kind of my logic on that one. So the Ward D South Commerce Park, that also came up. Again, whenever we had our capital improvement plan, this is one of the good things about having a 5-year outlook, whereas if you only had a 12-month outlook and you deferred something, then you really don't know whenever that's going to come back. So it's almost like something's being put on the shelf indefinitely. But with a 5-year plan, it's totally different. You actually get the opportunity to look at logistically what you're able to do in a given year. And so after sitting down with Parks and Rec staff, they don't have a whole lot of project management capacity. And they're spending all of it and zeroing in on the big one, which is the multi-generational recreation center. So when we looked at not only the budget challenges, but the logistics of how much staff time can actually go towards that, and the logistics of actually doing some kind of additional construction or something, we really found out that it best was served by pushing it into fiscal year 2028. And so, again, deferred, not deleted. The swimming pool was also a question brought up, and this is literally also a logistics question. It's not about how much we want to do. This is a big project for us. This is it's going to be right up there with the multi-generational recreation center, going hand in hand. This is literally about the amount of money that we're going to need after checking with our designer. We're going to be recommending utilizing our current designer that's been working with the multi-generational recreation center. That was the price that they have. So understanding that we, one, got to find a location, we got to have a robust community engagement process, and we got design work, all of those in consideration, that $487,000 is what's reasonably to be spent once we do all those things in the next fiscal year. The multi-generational recreation center is also on there, and both of those, swimming pool and the multi-generational recreation center, are directly related to our audits. We aren't going to be able to get financing for the full projects in either cases unless our audits get done, and audits on a pretty robust schedule, but achievable, we believe can be done by the end of the year. So that's already cutting your fiscal year in half. And so there's only so much work that can get done. So those numbers reflect logistics reality. And so not an indication of priority, not an indication of desire, just an indication of planning strategically and logistically getting done, and in most cases being aggressive in pursuing those things. So the other overall department reductions, the 10% across the board. So we knew before understanding some of the systemic challenges in the budget that there were some things in the environment that were already giving us some concerns. We saw the Fed being reluctant to reduce interest rates in lieu and of fear of inflation. We had I'm hoping it's over now, but we went through the elevated construction costs with the tariffs, and now we didn't know then, but now we even have the war in Iran affecting gas prices. All these things were in an environment, a challenging environment that said, okay, from a macro level, there's some challenges. We also were getting indicators from regional indicators, talking about the housing market slowing down. That directly affects our housing values and our estimates on how housing values going up. So there are a number of local indicators, the layoffs and the layoffs at the federal level, increasing costs for workforces, making it more competitive, more demanding. Those have an effect. We just got finished doing our evergreen study with our compensation study, and that's already starting to be challenged as we try to fill key positions. And so it is more competitive. Those all have impacts on us. So we knew early on that we were going to have to tighten our belt a bit. We just didn't know that it was going to be as tight as it's wind up being with some of the other structural issues going on in our budget. Another reduction was the reduction in vehicles in the police department. So essentially, the 126 going to $80,000 reflects some motorcycle units that the police department wanted to enhance their traffic division. Motorcycles, we don't have motorcycle units, and so creating a new division for that would require training for officers, and they go through a lot of substantial training for motorcycle patrols. And the other fact of it is that motorcycles historically come with elevated injury and liability exposures. So we're already at a pretty high rate right now with just rear end incidents and accidents. And so it made sense to kind of get that under control before heightening another level of exposure, risk exposure. So this was kind of, I don't want to say an easy decision out of all the other decisions. This made a lot of sense just to, again, work on our liability exposure risk, getting that under control. We just also created a vehicle take-home policy, which is elevated the incidents for us. So again, waiting to do some things, and we got some ideas that we're going to deploy to help with that, but getting those numbers down before we start looking at other opportunities or other areas to expose our liability. Fire station number 2, Ward B. This is also, again, all of these, they didn't just come from department, or it didn't come from my mind, but also working with the departments. And so after working with the fire chief, this was thought that we can defer for another year. So again, not delete, but defer. And so we're just pushing that back until the next fiscal year, 2028. So our general fund, if you recall, I don't have other numbers on here, but $69 million, $69.5 million is a reasonable number. We've come down from what we had spent or budgeted for last year. This just kind of shows the big picture. I think this one is also very good, because I'm going to point your attention to the $197 million. This is all funds budget, and I'm going to zoom back to the actuals. So if you look at our actual revenues, if you follow the trend up through the years, they jump around $9 million or so, $10 million. You can see right in just looking at 24-25, where it's 189, and then 23-24, it's 181. 181, you got 22-23, 175 million. So you see there's safely in that $10 million kind of jump mark in our growth in our revenues. So, and that was in 24-25. Here we're looking at 26-27, and we're at 197 projection. So very, very reasonable, very conservative. I think what that also indicates is that there's some opportunities for revenue enhancements where we can actually overperform on that number. And so council got a chance to look at some presentations, and yeah, they were kind of strategically placed on the agenda so that we can get to this point and look at ways that we can enhance our revenues. So HDL companies, They utilize a proprietary technology that is aimed at finding and enhancing our ways to get into short-term rentals, making sure that we're getting the right number from our hotel motel sales, because right now we're kind of we are on an honor system, and so this is add a little science to making sure that those numbers are correct, and the same thing goes for our liquor license sales, and so this is really focused on helping us collect uncollected fees and taxes. We also saw a presentation from Tax Solutions, Government Tax Solutions, a little bit different than HDL. They focus in on uncollected property taxes. So right now, we're around 7 to 10% uncollected taxes. That's a really high number. And so in part of that is that in a lot of cities, the county will handle delinquent taxes through a tax sale process, and that's usually a motivator for folks that are in that situation to get their taxes up to speed and up to date. We don't have that, and so Government Tax Solutions would actually handle a tax sale process for us, and they would do that at no cost to the city. And so we would get the full amount of any tax collected, the entire amount, and that company actually gets their compensation in the form of a success fee, if you will, or a fee that they charge the delinquent taxpayer. So that would also enhance us, and we're estimating that to be around anywhere from $2 to $3 million annually. That's a substantial number. I think there's also opportunities to look at a policy change. And so it's come to my attention by at least one establishment, but, well, at least two, with one currently concerned with even keeping the doors open, that there's been a lot of revenue lost in the late hours, particularly in the hotel district, that were supplied and mostly frequent by Delta workers. And so that loss is not only a loss to the business, but also a loss to the city in the sales tax collected. So that's an opportunity for creating a policy that I think initially was some years ago after there was an event that happened at another late night establishment, not in that district at all, but in another part of the city that wound up just kind of sweeping the whole city under regulation because of an event that had happened. So opportunity there. I think our impact fees coming online is going to be an opportunity. That's a chance to get one-time charges for new developments that come online, and particularly when many of these developments have demands on our utility infrastructure. The banking optimization, that's something that didn't take council approval, but the city manager's office was able to get that restructured. We've already seen some benefits of that, and we anticipate that's going to, just by restructuring, going to add another $1 million of new revenues coming into the city. It also gives us the opportunity, though, to also look at creating and developing money markets, and an investment policy is something that we will be presenting. We also talked about rates. We certainly focused in on power, but sanitation, we know, has been in a deficit for several years. They are going through a rate study. We need to get that finalized. Water resources is also undergoing a rate study. That's due to be coming forward to council in the next several months. So again, I just want to take one more shot at talking about the benefits of having a 5-year capital improvement plan. I mean, we got a chance to look at what our needs are and defer when we needed to, but also it goes back and forth. Like if revenues come in better than expected, then some things we can move back up into the remaining of the fiscal year. If there's things that are in later years in say fiscal year 2031, we can bring those things up depending on the needs and opportunities and financing and all those kind of opportunities. So it goes back and forth, but now it's on our radar, where before we were just looking at 12 months. We really hadn't had a chance to be able to look in a concentrated way down the road and what that looks like for us. This is just our department heads, and this is where I conclude the presentation.
Thank you, City Manager Jones. We've now heard the presentation on the budget. Now we will move forward with the public hearing of it. Of the public hearing for the fiscal year 2027 proposed budget. After that, the public will be allowed to make comments, followed by the council comments. Ms. Cartwright, if you can come up.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't hear you.
So for I'm sorry, are you doing another section of the proposed budget, or would the city manager handle everything for that section? It said finance on the agenda, so.
I wasn't doing anything.
Okay, all right, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, and so at this time, we will open the floor for the public comments. I'm sorry.
Madam Mayor?
I'm sorry, to the presentation. Someone calling for something? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to make a motion to open the public hearing.
Oh, yes, thank you. All right, we have a second. Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay. So we are now in the public comment section of the agenda. I'm sorry, the public hearing section of the agenda. And I think we need the city attorney to read the rules for this section. Thank you.
The public hearing rules for the budget are different from the public hearing rules for zoning, so just give me one moment. I don't even know if y'all have any. Madam Mayor, I am looking for the public hearing rules on the budget. While it definitely says in Section 5-102 that we are required to have one, it does not look like there are particular rules regarding it. I would recommend that the city follow the same rules as public comment with respect to the time, using the 3 minutes. Obviously, if someone wants to give their time to someone else to extend their speaking time, that is allowed, but in the absence of particular language for public hearings just for the budget, I recommend that the city use the same rules for public comment.
Thank you. So would it be safe to say that we can move forward with the public hearing?
Absolutely.
And each speaker will have 3 minutes, and do we need to omit the public comment section of the, just read?
No, we'll still have public comment.
Okay.
The public hearing is just for comments from the public on the budget. Public comment can be about anything.
Okay, and we
Yes,
can,
ma'am.
thank you, we can just leave that at 3 minutes per, so we
Yes.
can call for the public to come on up for
Yes.
their, thank you.
On the budget.
Okay, regarding the fiscal year 2027 proposed budget, are there any speakers that, for public comment, that would like to come up, knowing that you have 3 minutes per speaking, if you have any comments? Yes.
I was going to say, do we read the rule for the public hearing? I believe it's the same. Oh. Okay, thanks.
So there's seeing no comments for the public hearing section.
Clear that this is the public hearing on the budget.
All right. Oh, are there any persons here that are for the public, the proposed 2027 budget?
And you don't have to sign up for this portion. Anyone can come up and speak.
Okay. So, this is for the budget.
Turn on your mic.
My name? Okay, well, my name is Greg Fan, okay. The presentation was long and lengthy, and some of us just didn't get it. And I've been through several budgets around the city for a while. But I do want to say, in terms of loss of revenue, how money is spent. I made a suggestion at one of the last meetings to the council and the manager. When you start talking about sanitation and going up on sanitation fees, there's a franchise fee that you can charge for haulers that's hauling garbage out of the city. That's a loss of revenue. All you have to do is, any hauler who's hauling garbage out of the city, they have to, you're talking about impact fees, franchise fees for haulers who are hauling garbage out of the city, because the people that are responsible for garbage and garbage removal is the city. And you cannot come in the city and what you got is people scabbing and taking garbage out of the city but not paying us for the money that they're making off of the city for hauling garbage out of the city. So think about those kinds of things in terms of additional revenue that you can realize and not going in the citizen pocket by going up on fees in the future. Because many of us who have been here for years paying taxes, we've kept this city together, and we get old. We don't have that kind of money anymore. So you can't keep going on fees, and we're not going to be ran out of the city because we're being taxed out or charged out. And with that being said, I'll be back again doing public comment to make some more comments. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless America.
Okay, do we have another person for the city budget that has been proposed, the 2027 city budget?
I have two questions.
Can you state your
First
name
one,
for the record, please?
Is this the official budget meeting? Have it been advertised in the newspaper? Will all the citizens know about it? Is this the budget we're using for next year? Because if it is, it's in violation. Second,
I'm sorry, Ms. Pittman, can you please, Ms. Slaughter Gibbon.
First of all,
can you please just state your name for the record?
Jacqueline Slaughter Gibbon.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Previous East Point City Council. If this is the budget, y'all in violation. Because first of all, it was not advertised in South Fulton's paper. All the citizens do not have internet. It has to be notified where every citizen in this city know this is the budget meeting. And I can guarantee you, the state will be coming at you if this is the final budget meeting. I promise you that. Second, talking about taxes, money, why not collect, we got an attorney making over $400,000, collect your taxes from those 50 worst houses. We got plenty of them in East Point. All you have to do is put a lien on them. And I guarantee you, before this council, we was collecting it. You got plenty of houses in this city that need that owe back taxes. If I didn't have paid my taxes, thank God I don't have to, y'all would put a lien on my house. Start there instead of trying to go up on the citizen. East Point is 65% senior citizen. 65. And 35 of them is probably living off of Social Security. You need to start looking somewhere. And second, Fulton County do not collect our back taxes. We do it. We took it out of Fulton County hand in 1986 when I was on council because we had to sue them to get our money. So you need to start looking somewhere else or talking to someone that know what's going on in this city. I can give you the whole history of East Point. But that's what you need to start doing. Instead of digging in the citizen pocket or talking about going up on stuff. We moved in this city because we enjoyed this city, and I'm not moving. Y'all will leave before I leave if I have to get you out of here through the law. And I promise you that.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Hi, can you just
Hi.
please state your name for us, please?
Linda Fannin Watts.
Okay, and you are in favor of the budget, or you're speaking
I
in
have
favor?
reservations and questions. I have a reservation about the emergency funds being completely eliminated for citizens, and there may be people who don't agree with me, but I think of priorities if you're having more available for concerts or events like that, but you totally remove the emergency funding. I have a reservation about that. And also, you said you moved the funding for senior repairs, but you indicate it's been zeroed out from 300,000 to nothing. So I don't understand, if you say you moved it to another department, does that mean that whatever the funding for that department has to now take into account, the funding for senior repairs? Also, the potential money-making revenues. I do have a concern about collecting back property taxes, because typically younger people are paying into their property taxes are being paid because they still have a loan on their house. So typically those who may be missing some of their taxes are going to be the older people. And I have seen, because I know someone who fell into that for Fulton County back taxes. And just doing the research, there are those companies that are unscrupulous, that when that senior pays them the back taxes, they don't typically report it. And then now they're saying we're going to sell that, and the senior is having to now legally try to fight that. So I'm saying that although it sounds like a wonderful money-making revenues, that keep into account that some of these companies have gotten into this for a reason, because they know it's typically seniors, and they know it may be the opportunity, depending on their age, to claim some of these houses from the seniors. So, I'm sorry, that's all I.
Are there any more speakers in favor of the budget? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Tom Wardlow. I'm a resident of East Point, 1301 Mercer. The first thing I want to say, and I do this frequently, is thank you, council, for letting us voice our opinions. I know it's part of the deal, but thank you. What I would like to say around the budget specifically is I see a pretty clear picture historically of truth versus fantasy, where truth is not really dealt with. I want to congratulate Mr. Jones on what I consider to be an excellent presentation, very thorough, at a high enough level that it makes sense, and with enough detail that we can find places to work on the budget. So thank you, Mr. Jones, and by extension, thank you, Mrs. Cartwright, for all the work that I know she has done in ferreting out these weird expenses that sort of get put to different departments, etc. Please stop that. Maybe the way to do that, I might suggest, is that you install performance appraisals of every employee and of each of the council members. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone else want to speak in favor of the budget?
Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. Is that, are we speaking in favor or against?
We were in a favor section.
Okay.
So is there anyone else in favor of it? Hearing none, is there anyone opposed to the budget?
I am.
Thank you, Ms. Marie. Go ahead and state your name for us, please.
Marie Terry, 2055 Seven Road.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. One thing, I didn't like the presentation. It was too much at one time, knowing that this is the city manager's first time doing the presentation, yet and still, he should have had some help with that. As far as going back and forth, I mean, that was too much. For me, it was too much. And then I want to say about the senior citizens and the employees, and he's still talking about increasing. You still got increasing in your mind. Increasing the property tax, increasing the rates. It's increase. And I had some allegations, an idea with the housing and seniors assistance. Maybe some of that money that you guys are talking about, it could be for emergency home repairs for seniors, utility assistance for partnerships, anti-displacement programs, or property stabilization grants. And then I had another idea with transparency and accountability for everyone. Better financial reporting, I hope y'all, online contract transparency, procurement oversight, independent audits. We do hope y'all had audits in there. Faster open records request. And you talk about the 50 worst properties, which I was a victim of. The 50 worst properties. Hope y'all can straighten that out with the 50 worst properties, how y'all do get your money without taking people that been here in this city for 16 years and y'all don't know who they are. I mean, y'all need to make sure y'all get that in the budget. Arts and events, they matter. The arts in this city, it does matter. I heard it saying about $1.3 million. If y'all won't spend any of that money in this city, public safety and police training, I think you talked about your budget, de-escalating training, maybe community policy programs, body cam maintenance, and evidence system, youth intervention and violence prevention, recruitment and retention bonus for experienced officers. You do need that. And please don't lay nobody off. Please don't lay anybody off. And like I said, the city manager needs some help with that, because right now, this city is going nowhere. This city is going nowhere. And $1.3 million, I will not vote to that $1.3 million unless you're going to share it. Youth and workforce programs, summer youth jobs, skilled trades training, small business grants, internship partnership, after school program, technology and computer access centers. Break that money down and get it, you know? Or you can get 300-something thousand, maybe 500-something thousand for arts and craft. Let's not give all that money to arts and craft. Let's not do that. I didn't like your budget. I'm very, very sorry, but I don't like your budget. It was a very, very bad budget because I myself didn't understand it. And I had a lot of other things here for you guys to consider, but thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else opposed to the budget? Okay, thank you so much for your comments tonight. Hearing none, we will now close, sorry.
Madam Mayor, there needs to be a motion to close the public hearing. And so with that, I move that we close the public hearing for the budget presentation for FY27.
Second.
All those in favor? All those opposed? The public hearing is now closed. We'll now move on to the public comment section of the agenda. Are you in for clarification of the budget?
No, I'm in for comments about the proposed budget from mayor and council.
Madam Mayor, I believe you did say when you approved the agenda that you would allow time for council.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we have discussion on the East Point fiscal year 2027 proposed budget.
In favor? All those opposed? I think we already put that motion for it. All right, the ayes have it. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. And I do have comments from council that I'm going to share with everyone, but thank you, Mr. Jones, for your budget presentation. But this is Mr. Jones's budget, and council received the new budget 1 hour and 49 minutes prior to this meeting. And the passing of this budget is a council decision. I have not had time to properly go through the current budget or the information that was presented tonight, but I am going to go through it just like I did last time. I would also like the record to reflect that a year ago, Mr. Jones was informed that a priority for the city would be the audit. A priority for the city would be the audit. And here are some of the things that happen when a city doesn't have their audit done. What's going to happen is funding freezes, and that means the state and local government will withhold municipal funding. The city's credit rating will be downgraded without a certified audit, and the rate caps for overdue audits legally prohibit raising property taxes. Also, if the city does not have their audits, state seizures and fines, state oversight agencies can step in to hire auditors to complete the audits. I also noticed a few things in the presentation, and number one is there's a push for GTS when that was a 17-year-old RFP. I've stated on the record several times that that needs to go back out for a bid. Last week, there was a presentation for an ordinance to come before us, and that is just, I'm not going to support a 17-year-old RFP. I'm just not going to do it. There's so many more companies out there. There was also something that I was able to pick up on, and it was a policy change for late hour. Council voted over 2 years ago to help protect those neighborhoods that are in those locations for late hour establishments. That was something that I was quickly able to look at. And number three, the utility assistance was never $300,000. $350,000 reflected all social services provided in the budget for anyone in the city to take advantage of. So up under that $350K that was reflected, it helped residents of this city get rapid rehousing, utility assistance, food, mortgage and classes to enhance economic upward mobility, financial literacy, home ownership planning and insurance planning, credit education, workforce development, civic education, money management, and budgeting. If we have $453,000 for events, then that $443,000 for events, we don't need to have events. And that $443,000 needs to go back into those social services that were provided. I just wanted to go on record with that brief observation of this budget, but I had to go on record with that information. Thank you.
Councilman Freely. Councilwoman Caldwell. Next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Jones, for your presentation, and for Ms. Cartwright. I know you were working overnight to get this to us, so I appreciate it. I noted something in one slide, but I think the slide advanced quickly. There was a mention of the City Auditorium, which has been a longstanding project. I don't think we covered it. Can you explain what the plan is for the City Auditorium in this proposed budget?
Yeah, so the City Auditorium is a part of the capital improvement plan in this budget. So just to recap on that project, the last time I understood, the total project was identified at $14 or $15 million. We do have roughly $6 million, a little bit more, $6 million, some change, for that project. And so we can look at a number of different ways to advance that project, especially if we're going to look at doing it before the audits are totally complete. We've talked to local area banks, particularly Regions, while they are interested in assisting us, they still want us to see us get closer and closing the gap. So if we can get to the point where we can get 24 done, 25 done, and again, 24, we're hoping to get done still at the end of this month, is still what our goal is. And then get right on to 25. And the way this has been going has been taking about 6 months or so. I don't want to get locked in on a date, but they've been going on around that period of time. If we can get 25 out the way, I think Regions, while we're working on 26, will be interested in helping us with either a bridge financing to move the auditorium forward a little earlier, or do permanent financing, depending on what their will is. But bridge financing would essentially be temporary financing until we do get fully up to speed on our audits, and then refinance that into a longer term arrangement, or wind up that they cover the financing for the project totally. So, but they wanted us to, again, it's the data in the audits that really allow the financiers to make a decision. And so we can get more of that data together by having complete audits, then we're more appealing to get that financing.
Okay. Thank you. So basically, the auditorium is still on the books, whether more immediate or a little bit more down the road.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then Councilmember Martin Rogers mentioned the $443,000 for the concert. As you've heard from me in our one-on-one budget meeting, I feel like if we're going to be looking at substantially cutting staff development, training, professional development, that I would much prefer to see that money go to provide some investment in our staff. I think, as everyone's seen, this is a super complex budget in a complex city. So I think we need to invest in our staff. So I think if there are, some chips that can be moved on the board, that would be that's all right, which I've stated to you before. And I had one other question. Oh, so there was a lot of discussion over the last couple months about sort of proposed layoffs and so on, and you did have a slide that addressed that. Just to be clear, in your proposal, the staff that previously staffed the Office of Empowerment OEIE, that's that office, all of those positions you have accounted for in other necessary positions throughout the city with the police department, economic development, and also finance, is that correct?
That is correct.
So no one would be actually cut as an employee?
That is correct.
Okay. I think that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Caldwell.
Thank you. So first, I do want to say thank you to City Manager Ms. Cartwright for putting together this budget. I definitely understand the level of effort that's gone into it. I also have spent many hours rereading the budget to make sure that I had a good understanding of how this could potentially impact the city. I'm sorry to say that one of the themes that I'm seeing, especially here tonight, is that the theme of the budget seems to be attacking residents' pockets versus supporting them. And let me explain a little bit why. One of the things I jotted down is the House Bill 581. The purpose of this bill is to protect residents while the city is growing. It specifically addresses how we can cap tax dollars on their property values while the city is growing. So to highlight that in somewhat of a negative way seems a bit counterproductive. I think we should be focusing on, how we're going to attract businesses to our city in hopes of increasing things like sales tax and our permitting costs versus limiting or increasing property taxes. The other thing you mentioned is a power deficit. And there's a notion around part of the reason that we're in this deficit is because we didn't move to a summer rate. But when I looked at the budget, one of the glaring things that I saw is FY26, we projected that we would spend $4.1 million in infrastructure and capital costs. That was amended to $11.9 million. So we thought we would spend 4.1, but we actually spent 11.9. That means that there's some overspending happening there. And honestly, I don't know if going to the summer rate would have resolved that. We overspent by $7.8 million. So I'd like to definitely understand what's our plan to control overspending in the next budget, because also, we did get this budget an hour ago, but the previous budget we received, the FY27 projection for capital spending was $5 million. So it looks as if we're under projecting based on how much we spent last year. I'll go through a couple of these and then, maybe allow you to speak. Outside of power costs, you mentioned the Office of Diversity and Equity and Inclusion. You mentioned that this was a temporary department with temporary services because ARPA funding was going to expire. I want to first mention ARPA funding is not the only funding source out there. There are other funding sources. You also mentioned dismantling the department. It's key for people to know that this department is meant to help residents in a difficult time. And I do want to highlight the benefit of this department. In 2021, and this is something that was in the budget book, we had an unemployment rate of 13%. That was at the height of COVID. Because of programs like the Department of Equity and Inclusion, we've been able to reduce our unemployment rate down to 4.2%. So those are the type of things that shows that this is a program that is providing our residents with, it's a successful program, and we should keep successful programs going. The other thing I wanted to mention, federal government, yes, they've made cuts, but not to all programs. They've definitely required that cities make changes to department names, so they're not providing funding to departments that have a DEI as a name. There was a suggestion last year to change the department name to Department of Empowerment so that we could remain active. And I also want to mention that the federal government still has assistant programs, so they're not cutting the actual services. They provide things like SNAP, housing support, workforce assistance programs. These are all still in place to support residents, and therefore we can keep programs in place to continue to support our residents. The other thing I wanted to mention about dismantling the department, I hear that, yes, we didn't furlough anyone, we didn't lay anyone off, which is great. I thank you for that. But there is some negative impact to dismantling a department. Many grants require staff administration in order to effectively roll out a program. So many grants do require designated lead departments and program administrators. They require staff capacity to manage reporting and compliance. They require demonstrated expertise. They require existing programs and services, or even organizational structure capability to carry out these programs. So we want to keep a dedicated department in place, so when funding sources from maybe even Fulton County or other grants that we find, we have a way to collect it and roll those programs out. The other thing I wanted to highlight as it relates to attacking resident pockets, the government tax solution. I do want to know if this is something that's been approved, because it's based on the last meeting. I was under the impression they were going to come back to us with not only a contract that we could review, but that wasn't a final decision. So I want to make that clear. You know, I saw $2 million in revenue specifically aligned to collecting unpaid taxes. Again, this is collecting money on the backs of our residents. I would love to see projections around economic development. One of the things I noticed in the FY26 budget, we saw a decrease of $1.2 million in sales tax. We also saw a decrease in permitting fees between $500 to $1 million. And this is a direct reflection that there's a lack of development happening in our city. And I'd much rather see us put money into that, invest into that, versus asking our residents to come up with the differences. I also want to mention, for the government tax solution, that company. The company that you mentioned, they collect unpaid taxes. Part of their presentation, they walked us through their process, and in that process, they talked about applying a fee to unpaid taxes. We don't know what that fee is, right? And so I know that there are some state laws as far as how high that fee can go, but we don't know what it is. And we should know that before we approve this particular company. But they also walked us through the process from not only assessing the fee, collecting the fee, but if it goes unpaid, bringing that house to the auction steps. Once again, this goes into why are we spending so much of our investment in attacking residents' pockets versus talking about economic development in the community. I'm looking forward to reading this budget that we received today and having some more commentary on that, but I just wanted to make a few comments based on the discussion tonight.
Thank you. Now we'll move to Councilman Atkins.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a few questions, and I'd like to thank City Manager Jones and Interim Finance Director Cartwright and the other team members who helped to put the budget together, and of course all the citizens who came out to speak to the proposed budget. I'm going to go back to a question from Ms. Fan Watts, Mr. City Manager, regarding the dollars for senior repairs. I do understand that the personnel would be moved to Planning and Community Development to provide the same services. In your presentation, I believe it was stated that that budget was for that particular service for senior repairs zeroed out. So would that then mean that monies were added to planning and community development to continue to provide those services, or how would you plan to address that?
Yeah, in that case, money was added to economic development.
To economic
For
development?
those activities.
And what amount is that, if you know off the top of your head?
I want to say it was equivalent to the same amount, but I have to rely on Interim Finance Director Cartwright for that detail if she knows it.
I don't remember it off the top of my head, but I want to say it's around 100, 150.
Okay, so it's not the amount that was there last year, but it is about half of what was, or so of what was there in previous years?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Is that a detailed line item in this new format of the budget that we could be able to see that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I want to talk about capital improvement projects. Mr. City Manager, I know that you stated that while many of them are not included in this FY27 budget, they've been deferred just based on scheduling and the level of, critical services to the city. One of the things that we had talked about previously were dollars for stormwater repairs and upgrades. I know that we've got a lot of that to do around the city. And so were those dollars still being able to be maintained in this new budget that you've provided to us?
Yes. So primarily it is reflected as a stormwater master plan.
Okay.
And so I know there's been a number of cases that come up, some of which we've went to ourselves to deal with some constituent services. There has been a number of those have come to the attention of my office, and I think the last time that we have had a full plan was back in 2010. So we certainly are in due of getting an updated version of a master plan, which will then dedicate and focus on our capital investment, therefore moving forward. So that's a big step in having an overall plan and where water is coming from, where it's going to, in some cases affecting residents in major ways, causing property damage and things of that nature. But then that water goes on and creates damages downstream as well. So getting a handle on that plan is going to be really critical, and then that'll drive our investment moving forward.
Okay, thank you. I do appreciate your slide regarding revenue enhancement. I'm sorry, Ms. Cartwright, did you
I'm
want
so
to
sorry.
add something?
We looked it up. It's 250.
250, okay, thank you. I do appreciate your slide regarding revenue enhancements. Just as last year, there are two main concerns that I have with the budget and the city spending, and that is around revenue enhancement and also non-essential spending. And if I recall correctly, that particular slide had 6 different buckets that you were looking at to include the restaurants along Virginia Avenue, which would be in the hotel district, the HDL company to help to go after some fees that we're not quite collecting, the back taxes that we're not collecting, and a few others. One of the things that I believe that Mr. Fan mentioned were hauling fees, and if I'm not mistaken, I think when Mr. Whitehead presented on the rerouting of solid waste service, it also talked about a few other initiatives to try to bring in more dollars. So are we still on track to do that rerouting to be able to save some dollars on that, and also to revisit the hauling fees from outside contractors?
Yeah, thank you for that, because as soon as Mr. Fan brought that up, I was like, I need to add that to that slide. But yeah, Interim Director Whitehead is working on that now. He may have forwarded a memorandum to City Council as early as today. If not, it should be shortly coming to the Council shortly thereafter, tomorrow or so. I did see a draft today, so I know it's getting close to being presented to Council. And it is a follow-up to his previous recommendation and task that the Council asked him to look into for looking at revenues, and that's one of them.
All right. Also, you talked about some deferrals, particularly capital improvement projects and some other things that we are not able to do. Were you and Ms. Cartwright able to find out what that value is of those particular projects that we will not be able to add in this particular fiscal year budget, and then bump that against any of the forecasted projections from the new revenue streams that we may be able to bring in this year so that we could then move forward with some of those other projects?
Yeah, so, and I didn't really cover this in the interest of time, but when we went through that entire capital improvement process and we sat down for the very first time, we roughly had an imbalance of around $27 million. And so that was some of the information that got leaked out. It was basically looking at what we had presented to us as in the form of capital improvement proposals and how much our actual revenues look like. And so we had to whittle down. Many of those projects are highlighted on my budget message on the last page of the budget message. And so again, all of those, I don't think there is one that had been deleted. If it was just due to a duplication. But I want to say 99% of those projects were in some form of deferral to some subsequent year within the 5-year plan. And so what we kind of go through a priority process on logistically what we can get to, because the other piece of this is not just the budget but capacity. We have to look at what we could possibly get to. And so we kind of structured that in the next year. So if it's something that we can get to, say possibly this year, if things go well, then those will probably defer to 28, fiscal year 28. Those that look like they were further out probably went to a later year. So they're kind of in a queue. If we can get to them, we can maybe say start a design work or start a procurement process for various activities of pre-development. We could get to those and we can then handle as a budget amendment. Probably I'm eyeballing around 6 months into the fiscal year. We'll have an indication of how our outlook looks.
Okay. And the last question, and I'll yield to some of my colleagues. This is regarding House Bill 581. I know that you mentioned that in our actuals in terms of collection last year. Councilmember Caldwell brought that up, this particular item up as well in her comments. We always knew that House Bill 581 would yield fewer dollars being brought in because we would be moving from the traditional fair market value assessment to using the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, which in essence would give homeowners who are living in their homes more stability in their tax payment. So we knew, property tax payment, we knew that that would bring in more, that would bring in fewer dollars. And I recall last year when we were going over the budget, I had a question of the finance team about the impact that would have. I think the response was it wouldn't be that great, but it seems that it is to the tune of $1.9 million. So I am in favor of any way that we can bring in revenues to mitigate that, because the state did require all municipalities to, by a time period certain, to vote whether they would opt out or stay in the House Bill 581, and we decided that we wanted to provide that relief, but we have to bring those dollars in from other places if it's not going to be through sales, property taxes. So anything that we can do to enhance the revenues, I would be in favor of. All right, thank you. I yield.
Thank you. And now Councilwoman Hemming.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. May I direct questions at the city manager and the city attorney, please? Thank you. I want to first pick up where Councilmember Atkins just left off, and this question is to the city attorney. I understand that there was other legislation that was recently signed into law by Governor Kemp that relates to this homestead exemption. Could you explain what that legislation is and how it impacts this conversation?
So the Senate Bill 33, which may have been kind of slip in because it was a misnomer. Senate Bill 33 was essentially House Bill 1116 that talked about House Bill 581 being a mandatory, right? We opted in, well, we didn't opt out. Some cities, some counties did. With Senate Bill 33, which was named, surprisingly, the hemp bill, had nothing to do with hemp, but had everything to do with the homestead exemption, because it was passed like midnight on Sinai. So that bill now makes House Bill 581 mandatory for everyone. They didn't get, the General Assembly did not get the type of participation that I think they were looking for when House Bill 581 was passed last year. And so now it's mandatory, and now you have an option of doing a FLOST or LHOST. And so that is something that I shared with the city manager, Ms. Cartwright, about the impact of Senate Bill 33 now that we have an option. It doesn't just have to be a FLOST. We have to pick one, but it can be the LHOST. It still requires a referendum, not until 2027. So it's a penny, nonetheless, and so we'll just have to determine how FLOST versus LHOST impacts, but not this budget, because it's not effective until next year.
And Madam City Attorney, just for those who might be listening and unfamiliar, like myself, with a FLOST and an LHOST, could you just describe what those are and how the referendum process works?
So the FLOST is the floating local option sales tax. And I think the LHOST stands for, give me 1 second. I think it stands for local homestead sales tax. So it's really moving the penny to the register, right? And so there are differences between the two, the FLOST versus the LHOST. I think LHOST is just for homeowners. It's just a homestead, whereas FLOST is on everybody, regardless if you're a homeowner, commercial, industrial. And so some cities are favoring the LHOST when it's time for the referendum over the FLOST. So it's a penny that cannot exceed the 9% cap in the state of Georgia. And remember, we have the most, and it doesn't have to be the full penny. It can be a quarter of the penny, half of the penny, 75% of the penny. It just really depends what the city wants to do if it passes the referendum. So the voters have to vote on it. And so it's moving the collection of dollars from off the property taxes to the register that everybody pays, whoever comes through the city and spends money. The other thing you have to know is that it's used to roll back property taxes. So it's not money that just goes into your general fund. You have to use it to roll back.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. A question for the city manager. As we were arriving at tonight's budget meeting, I got a question from a resident that I couldn't answer, and she wanted to know about the red zone cameras. On one of your slides, it looks like the projected revenue is about $183, and she provided some insights that maybe that number was slightly off to several degrees. So could you talk about the red zone revenue and where that stands and how you all arrived at the $183,000 projection?
I don't recall in my presentation taking on the red light.
It's on the slide where you list out all of the revenue.
Is it this one?
No, continue going back. Okay, here it is.
Oh, it's on this.
Police red zone, $183,000.
Okay, gotcha. So I'm going to rely on my interim finance director on that, as she's put those numbers together.
So that is a new fund that we just put together, and so I've worked with the police department. So they tell me what they've got, what revenue they've gotten in. So there's really no history that we can kind of start basing that on. So I think we've had that fund for about 2 years now, And so 183 is the dollar amount that we came up with through the police department.
Ms. Cartwright, could you talk a little bit more about the methodology? The reason why I'm asking is because the residents' question to council was that the amount of funding that was captured in a 6-month period far exceeds $183,000. And so she provided us with some examples of information that she got from open records. I can't corroborate or verify it, but I'm just curious if you could talk a little bit more about the methodology. Did you go back and look at the actual invoices or summaries that would describe that revenue stream?
So how we came up with that number was whenever there is the red light fees that come in, those dollars get reported to the police department. And so this kind of goes back to what the city manager was saying. When those dollars come in, they come in through the general fund, and then it has to get transferred over to the red zone camera account. And so some of that is what's happening. We're not seeing that right away, and so that's why there's a lapse in what I can see in the transactions that come through the reporting system, the ERP system that we use. And so that's why I needed to get with the police department so they actually get true receipts. And so that's how we came to that dollar amount. That was the methodology behind it.
Ms. Cartwright, if I might ask if you could just confirm some of those numbers, just so that we're certain and confident
Sure.
that they match the expectations.
I can actually get those receipts from the police department and send them over to you all in a form of an email.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
My next question is, I guess, back to the city attorney, and not a lengthy answer, but could you describe some of the restrictions that might be on general fund money that don't exist, for example, on grant money or federal money that might come in, or even county money? Are there differences in the way that general fund dollars can typically be spent?
If I understand your question, the only limitation I can think of is just the gratuities clause from the Constitution. Other than that, I mean, they're enterprise funds, which is not general fund, that has restrictions, but yeah, that's the only one I can think of.
So I have a follow-up question related to that. So I think there has been a consistent thread in the comments tonight from the community that there was a concern about elimination, I'll quote, of any programs that would, here it is, that would eliminate emergency funds, so like utility repair, utility assistance, rental assistance, and things like that. I also heard from the city manager that because these funds have expired, that we would have to find a new source of funding. I assume that that new source of funding could come from the general fund or elsewhere. This is a very loaded question, and what I'm trying to understand very clearly is, do the general funds allow for utility assistance and rental assistance and other direct aid to the public? Yes.
Not without some clear, explicit eligibility requirements, some standards. Like we talked about with the P3 last week, there has to be a statement of what the public benefit is versus a direct gift to a resident to pay bills. So the answer is not just a flat out, yes, it's a gratuity violation. It really just depends on how the city would structure some type of utility assistance program. And so long as it checks some boxes, like I just said, eligibility requirements, non-discrimination, showing what the public benefit is, maybe some audits to ensure that there's a reduction in fraud, then it could be a legitimate program.
So am I to understand, Madam City Attorney, that the responsibility, when you say the city, is that responsibility on this body, on council,
Oh, yes.
to define a program with eligibility requirements, audit concerns, et cetera? Is that council's responsibility?
Yes, and then the staff, city manager and his staff would carry that out.
So if council wanted to preserve a program, council would need to pass an ordinance or resolution to do that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, the next thing that I wanted to turn to is a bit of comments. I also heard tonight from the residents who spoke in opposition of the budget that there's a greater desire for controls around how we spend money, transparency around how we spend money, and overall coming into compliance with how we spend money. I note from the city manager's comments, he experienced some uncertainty about how to spend $443,000. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, I had to place what you were referring to, but yes, I know what you're talking about.
So is it accurate?
Council events.
Thank you.
The community events.
Correct. So is it accurate, Mr. City Manager, that when you reduced the the community events from about $1 million, which was passed in last fiscal year's budget, that you were looking to this body to give you some direction about what to do with that remaining $443,000?
That's correct.
Thank you. I proposed two programs that would be responsive to these two questions that I've just raised. One, that would preserve the functions and rename them so that they could stabilize the community. And two, that we could appropriately put any event dollars in a department or a place that had, some oversight that would remove that money from, for example, the council budget or from any discretionary funds. On February 20th, Mr. City Manager, I met with you and shared these proposals. Do you recall that I sent you a follow-up email with these proposals written out?
Roughly, yes.
Okay, so I just want the record to reflect from the conversation tonight, in order for council to preserve programs that the community desires, council would need to pass appropriate legislation that outlines eligibility criteria and audits for these types of programs and direct the city manager through legislation to do that. I also want to turn to an email that I sent to my council colleagues and ask for maybe a public discussion about their comfort to continue earmarking dollars for council discretionary spending. So I'm pulling up an email now. Forgive me that I'm moving a little bit slowly. But we as council have received a proposed budget that includes discretionary funds that may be small in dollar amount, but they certainly, per our ordinances, don't reflect what is allowable for council to spend. Mr. City Manager, could you describe why you might have included discretionary dollars in the council budgets when those have not been authorized by this city's legislation?
When you say discretionary, is that when in the side of the council's budget for discretionary funds?
That's correct.
So that would have been legacy. Those funds had been there for the council, and so we didn't move those. I think the funds that were moved were council events, and those funds had been moved to the city manager's office.
I'd like the record to reflect that there are only two sections in our ordinances that outline what council can spend money on. That's Section 2-201 and Section 2-2005. They describe council's compensation at $16,000 per year, allowable expenses for council up to $1,800, and then Section 2-201 implies that council would be reimbursed for travel for the purposes of travel, professional development, education. I am deeply concerned that a legacy practice would have us include items in the budget that do not align with our ordinances. Compliance and accountability must start at the top of this city, so that means with everybody on this dais. And I would hope that either my colleagues would consider appropriate ordinances to define appropriate uses with oversight and controls and audit functions, or that council would remove these dollars. If we expect the staff and the personnel and the residents of this city to follow our ordinances, this council must act to do the same. My last comment is about the professional development funds. I'll echo Councilmember Friedli. $443,000, although it reduced last year's discretionary event budget, I don't think is enough. One of the primary reasons why a city would be sued is for failure to train and failure to supervise. When I looked at the liability, when I looked at the legal department, there was over $1 million in a bucket called claims, meaning, as you stated in your presentation, Mr. City Manager, we have a lot of liability right now. And so it would be prudent upon the city to ensure that we are training our staff so that we can limit those liabilities. Some of the places where I noticed that I would like the record to call, at least to have documented very well, is that we have claims set aside for counsel. That's very concerning to me. I understand that the city attorney is working on a variety of issues to address our risk management functions, but I would have hoped to see some more risk management reductions in this budget so that instead of locking up our citizens' money in defending ourselves against claims, we might be investing in the types of services that the residents in the community say we want. $100,000 for city council, $300,000 for water and sewer, $500,000 for the police department. If we want these numbers to go down, we need to invest in our staff. And we also, council, need to invest in ourselves, following our own rules and our own ordinances. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mitchell.
Yes, thank you so much for your presentation, Mr. Redman. I just had a couple quick questions. I'm going to go back to capital projects if you have a chance. So I noticed the auditorium was mentioned earlier. So we have $6 million in our FY 2027 budget for that?
Yes, sir.
So I know we're looking for funds, right? So if we're facing deficits in our MCT fund, cutting services, threatening to go up on rates, cutting jobs in emergency services, how would you prioritize this project?
So funding source makes a big makes a big deal with that particular project. It's derived from tourism product development, and so those dollars are restricted for certain uses, and the auditorium applies to that. But I couldn't say use it to bail out power, for example.
So I was going to ask, you also mentioned, I didn't catch this earlier, the multi-generational rec center. Where is that in it? I know.
So while those funds could be used for there, I think we have been strategizing on a traditional bond financing package, hence the reason why the audits are so important for that particular project. I will say at one time we contemplated that, but TPD also comes with some time limitations that we're trying to also be sensitive to. So the auditorium is certainly a much simpler project, one that's easier to get to a lot sooner, with all of the complexities to the design, the land disturbance, flood. There's a much more complicated project there, and the fact that it is so much more expensive. $6 million doesn't quite go as far when you're dealing with a project that's over $33 million.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what is the end goal for the auditorium?
Well, I think there was several things that were contemplated, and so I think in all of those cases, there were some room for some type of partnership that would involve a operator or operators to do a number of different programs. It hadn't been fully flushed out, but there have been ideas that range from partnering with the dance company here, the local, I can't think of Balnethic.
Is the $6 million for renovations, or I'm assuming?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be going towards renovations, and so everything I've seen is around 14 to 15 million, but those numbers are old, so I think we're a little around half of it, or around that area of half of the funding. We would still need to have, if we want to have it fully completed, probably another half to be financed in some fashion, which is where I was kind of talking about the bridge loan or some conventional lending outside of bond proceeds.
Okay, so with the rec center, when are you going to pick back up on this project, or when y'all plan on picking back up on this project?
So the events, the recreation center is under design now, so we'll be finalizing the design sometime soon. But then we will have to get those audits up to speed. So design at one time was really being pushed because we were hoping to be able to go into financing in the summer. We're probably now looking more like spring of next year.
So how much money is tied up in the rec center right now?
We have $2 million in design expenses.
And you said the rest will be funded through bonds?
Yeah, bond proceeds is basically we would seek out financing through the private bond market. That's where you'll need to have a bond rating agency give you a rating, and then you basically market that and with various financiers and around the country, and they bid on that. So until we actually get a bond rating, whatever that bond rating is, you're not going to be able to go on the market and sell your municipal bonds.
Mike went off. So I was trying to find some unencumbered money. So you said it's $2 million tied up in design, and where's that coming from again?
That's using hotel motel tax.
Okay, so that's restricted, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay, so the bond proceeds. You said we have to wait till we get a bond rating before we can get those proceeds. Do we have proceeds from last year, or?
No, so the way that's going to work is on that specific project. So we'll, through the process, package that project, and we'll basically go to the bond market, and they'll look at that project, look at our financial wherewithal, and they'll bid on it. And then once we get that bid, they'll give us various packages of financing packages, and whatever that package says is what they actually consider to be proceeds. And those would be bond proceeds for that project.
For that project.
Now, sometimes you can go a group of projects, and so those projects also have to be spelled out. But once that financing is done, those is what the actual word proceeds come from those group of projects.
Okay, I think it was just mentioned earlier about event spending and event money, and so I believe I remember voting, putting all of our events, council events, under the city manager. So I guess you have the discretion. I'm not sure in this newer budget, so I forget the figure was thrown out there, 400 and some odd, was it 450 in events, or what was it?
Yeah, so those community festivals is what I identified it as that 400, and then we also a much smaller number of other events of around $152,000, and those were going to be done by our cultural affairs specialists. So a lot of those projects, like Silver Fox Ball, I know this one that sticks out in my mind is going to be under the community arts coordinator.
So we shouldn't have any line items for events in our individual budgets? I'm assuming?
Right, those
Okay.
have been gone, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, we had Councilwoman Ziegler next, and then Councilman Atkins, you're in for round two? Yeah, you're in for round two. So after Councilwoman Ziegler, we're moving to round two, unless Councilwoman Cummings, you have a question for round one.
Yes, thank you. So I just wanted to discuss kind of what we're doing to help residents, and also how we can make or have other property owners be held responsible. So if you are 70 years of age or older and you make $90,000 or under, you do not pay any city taxes. That is something that is in our laws, and if you fit in that category and you are paying city taxes, please contact the city so you can get that senior homestead exemption. That is something that the city wants to make sure people have so they do not get pushed out of their homes. Additionally, regarding the blight tax, so the blight tax, that is about accountability. In order for you to get the blight tax, the structure, if there's a structure, there has to be uninhabited. It's not inhabited. Inhabited, sorry, I don't know why I can't say that word. But in order for you to get that blight tax, you essentially have to be deemed as a hazard to the community. You either have to have a dilapidated house, or your property is contaminated in some kind of way. All these are considered to be hazardous and dangerous to the community. I know that the city of Atlanta has increased their blight tax to 25 times the millage rate. Ours is currently 7 times the millage rate. So that's an opportunity for us to be in line with what other municipalities are doing in their communities to ensure that that property owners are being held accountable. A lot of these property owners are owned by banks and LLCs who have just held on to their properties waiting for the market to turn. And there is really no incentive for them to do anything if they're only paying $300 a year in taxes. So that is an opportunity for us to investigate with revenue enhancing taxes and things like that. And those are just the couple of things I wanted to share with the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, City Manager Jones, for your presentation. I just had a couple of questions that I wanted to ask. First of all, do we actively have someone that's on staff that is collecting taxes on these blighted properties?
Yeah, so right now, our 50 Works program is made up of 3 individuals, but also has had leadership by our senior, our management analyst and our deputy city manager has been working leadership on that program.
Okay, now I know normally if you do have those delinquent taxes, that they will go in and they will place liens on the property. So are we placing liens on these blighted properties?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so liens, and a comment to what Councilmember Ziegler said. I know she said in Atlanta they have, it's 25%, you said? 25 times. Can we legally do that, or is there something in place that we have to, and I guess this question will be for the city attorney. Are we able to increase?
I'm currently looking at your blight tax section, which is 5-1095, and the only thing that needs to be done is an amendment to that ordinance. We say that there is hereby levied on all real property within the city which has been officially identified as maintained in a blighted condition, and increase ad valorem tax by applying a factor of 7 to the millage rate. So that's your only limitation,
Okay. So we could change that by,
amending this
Okay.
ordinance.
all right.
I do want to just make sure you guys are aware that you also have a section 5-1097, that upon the remediation or redevelopment, the tax is removed and the owner can apply for a reduction in the regular millage rate, right? So it's almost like they get some of what they've already paid in under the blight tax back. So that's an area that may need more discussion, because it's not a complete keep of all the funds if they remediate and ask for the reduction.
A few more questions. So with regards to, I know we were talking about funding projects through possibly having bonds for our, because you said we have roughly about $6.2 million now for hotel motel tax, correct? Money that's been collected.
Yes.
And this projected 4.8 million, that's what we're projecting for, I guess, this budget cycle. This $4,855,000. That's what we're projecting for this budget that's incoming now, correct?
I'm not sure. I'm getting a nod, yes, so, okay. I'm going to go
So
with that.
with that being said, I know we have the rec center and the auditorium. Those are the two things that we're working on. I know we're talking about priority. I know definitely we can't fund the entire, the rec center. We can't fund either one of those completely, just on the funds that we have here. So we're looking at bonds to help to finance the projects. So
Yes,
my
ma'am.
question now would go back to the audits, because if the audits aren't in place, then the rating may not be what it needs to be, that we won't be able to get bonds. So everything really is hinged upon us getting these audits done, correct?
That is right.
So we currently, do we have timelines for when they will have the completion of the audits? The ones, because we still need 25, 24, 20.
Yeah, so I guess we have time frame,
Okay.
right? I want to say timelines because
So will a
there's a
time
lot
frame?
of, there's a lot of movement within that. But yeah, we have some, I think there might be an audit presentation coming to council soon if it's not tonight. But I've seen an update from Mullen and Jenkins on where we are now, where we have a good portion done. There are some outstanding things that still require some work on staff's end to get them information, but we still feel relatively comfortable that we can get to that by the timeline that we had shared earlier about wrapping it up for 2024 at the end of this month. Should that stay intact, then we'll be able to start immediately on 2025. Mullen and Jenkins do not allow you to overlap, so we can't start 25 now until 24 is completed. At that point, giving the idea that we are roughly around 4 to 6 months on it, we think we can get that moved. 25 could be done by the end of this year. And then when 25 is done, then we would almost be current. But on current standards, we would typically get to the end of the year to meet that.
Okay.
And so then we'll start right away on 2026. And even if we don't wrap it up at the end of the year, the first quarter of next calendar year, we should we should have that wrapped up. Most of the time in the construction season, it starts really, moving around the springtime, so we would probably, by the time we get out, our procurement, and if we wind up doing a construction manager at risk, or what procurement process we take, we can probably start getting that pre-development work done, is what I call it, and then at the same time start the bond work. And so I give it around spring, we might be ready to actually have something go out with the construction company, maybe even picked out with bond proceeds and all that. So again, on an aggressive end, but it's doable, and that's what we forecast.
Okay, thank you. And the last question, I know Councilmember Hemming sort of spoke on a lot of some of the lawsuits that we were having where we're paying out for claims. And one of the big things I know that you were hit with was cutting out education and training for a lot of the departments. And I just sort of flipped through the budget book and looked at all the divisions of labor. And just sort of from what I was looking at, I see communications, stormwater, solid waste, public works, economic development, customer care, planning and community development, parks and rec, city clerk, your office, city manager, contract and procurement, your municipal court, HR, property tax, finance, accounting, and legal. It looks like their education and training budgets were cut. But we did have water and sewer with $3,150, power department $30,000, fleet $6,750, police $38,455, fire department $136,000, IT $28,000, 50 words $4,000. So there are some departments that still have some education training. So if we could look at possibly getting more training on, or if not, have it on a case-by-case basis. If there are some classes to other people in departments where their education budgets were completely depleted, that we at least take that into consideration. But I mean, I know all of the education, training and education was not cut out for everyone, but I do see some of the vital departments. I still see where there are some other departments that I think would still need some sort of training. So if we could just at least make sure that we keep an open mind and on a case-by-case basis as training opportunities do come up for these other departments.
Absolutely, and again, I'm hoping that our revenue projections will outperform themselves and that we'll be in a position of doing a budget amendment 6 months in. I've coordinated with departments to minimize their lack of training. That's one of those things that inherently is very important. I'm very sensitive to the argument that was made today and find there's merits there. Again, we did protect the certifications. If you had certifications that needed to be maintained, we didn't cut that. But totally open to where the council wants to go on how they utilize balancing the budget.
And one more thing, I know when you show the chart, for fiscal year, when you had the projected budget, the actual revenue and the budget expenditures and the actual expenditures, and when I looked at it, I sort of just did some off the hip math on it. I know there were 3 years in here where we came up short, where we were at a deficit, but when you look at all the other years that we were over, we ended up gaining. We ended up with more money than we spent. We had more than we spent. Let me say it. Let me get it right. There were 3 months where we came up short. The other months we were over. So if you still did a total of those, it was still in the plus $82 million. So I mean, I know the funds are there. I think the thing is we most definitely need to make sure that we are fiscally responsible with these funds. So I know that there were over projections in those years, but then when we looked at what the actuals were, we still didn't do bad as a city, but I think we still need to make sure that we are, fiscally responsible, with the residents, with these dollars. Okay, and I yield.
Okay, thank you, Council. And we are in the second round of discussion for the budget item. I just wanted to make Council aware of that for timing. First one we have is Councilman Atkins, followed by Councilwoman Caldwell, Councilwoman Martin Rogers, and then we have Councilman Mitchell for comments for the second round.
I have not. Is this the second round? Yes. I don't think I've gone.
I'm sorry?
Have you gone in second? I'm sorry.
No, we're just starting second round. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a question really for the city attorney and really a follow-up there. Councilmember Ziegler talked about the the exemptions that we have provided for seniors, and we want to make sure that we keep those exemptions so that seniors are not pushed out of their homes. And when this body made the decision, I'm going back to 581, when this body made the decision to not opt out of 581, we also wanted to make sure that we were providing relief to the other property owners that were living in their homes so that they wouldn't have these exorbitant property tax bills based on fair market value. But if you go back to the slide, I believe, Mr. City Manager, there was a slide of sources for general fund, and I believe that in that particular slide, property taxes here, that slide, property taxes is the largest contributor for general fund resources. And so with that, again, my focus is on revenue enhancement, non-essential spending. Madam City Attorney, you talked about us making sure that we can add on any other of the special option sales taxes, like the MOST or the T-SPLOS, which we already have a MOST and a T-SPLOS. You mentioned the FLOST and the other sales, the other tax. However, I think that when the city manager is exploring ways to enhance the revenue, I don't think we're eligible for a FLOST. I think House Bill 5, I think it's 160. East Point, Hateville, College Park are deemed, I think, airport cities. And because we have a MOST, I don't think that we can also institute a FLOST. Could you check that for us just to make sure? Because we do definitely want to make sure that we are able to provide this relief to property taxpayers without having to raise millage rates or any of those other things. So if there are ways that we could do that through some type of sales tax for people visiting our city or any of those things, we'd like to capture that revenue.
Is your understanding of the city's ineligibility is because of the cap, the 9% cap?
No, I think that there's something about, I don't know if all cities are eligible for MOST. It's something in House Bill 160, and there's something about our adjacency to the airport. And the state has allowed East Point, Hateville, College Park, in addition to Atlanta, to levy the MOST.
Right.
But if you levy a MOST, you cannot levy a FLOST as well.
So that's interesting, because with Senate Bill 33 that was just signed, it makes the FLOST or the LHOS mandatory. So you may not be eligible for the FLOST under House 581, but you may be eligible for the LHOS so long as it doesn't exceed the cap, and it may not be the full penny depending on where we are with sales tax. But I will look and see if there is some restriction for airport cities in implementing another sales tax.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Next, we'll have Councilwoman Caldwell.
Thank you. First and foremost, I just want to thank the residents and everybody out here that's holding on and sticking with us. I know that this is a lengthy discussion, so I thank you for sticking around with us. I do have two questions. One question relating to the budget. Is the summer rates a part of the proposed FY27 budget?
Rates, I believe it isn't. Well, okay, it isn't. Well, I'll let the interim, because she seems she's more in tune on that.
Councilwoman, I did not consider summer rates when I did the revenue projections.
Okay, so it's safe to say that they are not in this FY27 budget?
No, ma'am.
And we'll wait until that rate study comes in?
Yes.
Okay. The other thing that I wanted to just highlight about the recreation facility, and just for the community so that you kind of know where this is coming from, we established a 10-year land grant with the Georgia Soccer Park. And they basically said, we will give you this land for free if you can build a recreation facility on the land within 10 years. My understanding, this went into place 2017, and so 2027 would be the time frame in which we would need to build a recreation facility. And initially, the timelines around the audit were we were going to have the audit done in March so that we could secure funding, bonds, and hopefully get this project underway. I just want to clarify, I heard tonight that we may not be able to secure those bonds until next spring. Do you know the absolute deadline as to when either the recreation facility needs to start or be finished?
So I will let you know that the language is improvements to the land, not recreation center to the land. It's not that specific. So the monies that we did identify, I think I consider to be pre-development, would be to do some of the preliminary land disturbance to start the improvement process on the timeline so that we wouldn't run up against any interpretation issues on the agreement.
Okay, so, because I know that we've put a lot of money into consulting, multi-millions of dollars into consulting and building out a multiplex recreation facility, and it sounds like that's not the goal, but we will do land improvements. Can we get?
I just had to pull it up so we have $1 million that we've budgeted that's going to improve the land in some way. We might have a path, we might start some of the parking lot, we might do some of the things in getting the land prepared for the building. We do those kind of things, then we're comfortable that we've met our obligation.
So last thing I'll say, we brought up the audit before, and we've asked if there is a need for emergency procurement to come in and help assist with completing this audit, and the answer was no. And I just want to understand, because now we're pushing the date back yet another 6 months, and we're already in this right at the finish line of a 10-year period. So at what point do we sound the alarms, and at what point do we take emergency action so that we can ensure that this gift does not slip through our hands?
So we're going to have a presentation on the audit. There's a fundamental understanding that question doesn't fully understand what goes into an audit. So throwing people at the audit is not the answer, and we need to do a presentation so that you can understand that. It might feel counterintuitive, but it's not. If I saw that requests were sitting on our side of the table longer than they should, I'll be all for that. But that's not the case. We're turning around. They're coming with more questions. And the reason is because there's irregularities that they want to understand. And so we clearly have talked about some of the legacy practices that we've been doing, and they're going to have more questions because these things, we understand they're questionable. So they want to understand what that is so they can understand the true position of the city. That's just, more people's not going to help with that. If we wind up getting requests and they're sitting around and we can't get to them, okay, then we can talk about that. But we got a budget analyst now to jumping on board. We're going to get an internal auditor that's also going to allow us to dedicate some efforts there if we need it. Getting a handle on our cash pool system is going to be helpful to get answers to the auditors when they ask them more expedient, but that's not our issue. It's the number of questions.
I got it, and I'll yield. I just want to say this on the record. When we don't have a bond rating, the impact of that is we can't go out and secure funding for things like a recreation facility. There are times where we can't accept grants that we've already received because our bond rating is not there. So we have to prioritize it. We have to figure it out. This is not something that's plaguing other cities. It's just hurting us.
Next, we have Councilwoman Rogers. Is that what you? Oh, okay, Councilman Mitchell.
Thank you so much. So I want to go back to the homestead exemption. So earlier this year, I did write an ordinance to lower the age requirements for a senior homestead property tax from 70 to 65. And I know we spoke about this earlier. I've had it on the agenda. We also discussed this during the Budget and Finance meeting. I know our neighboring cities have exemptions for seniors at 65. I believe I tried to put this, because this has to go on the ballot, correct? It has to be a referendum. So when I brought it up earlier this year, my colleagues, they're saying, it might need a little bit more research. I know we had that discussion. Mr. City Manager, I know this discussion has come up also. So in the FY 2027 budget, is there room to hire an analyst to research this initiative, or what we need for that?
If I remember the nuances of that request, we were trying to also get data as to the aging of the population, to understand the costs that the program would
potentially
generate, based on the aging of the population, and have some analysis. I think there was some initial thought that it would require some more work from an analyst to kind of generate that information. So I say all of that is that I think with the FTEs as in the form of the budget analyst and the internal auditor, between those two new positions would give us the ability to do some analytical work like that.
Okay, thank you. I do believe that information is important, and hopefully we can get it on the next election cycle. And also, I think I already asked this. Okay, I yield. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else that has any questions in the second round? Okay. Councilwoman Martin Rogers?
Yes, and I just want the record to reflect these questions, and maybe you can get back to us, Mr. City Manager and Ms. Cartwright. I want to know, how does this claim deficit reconcile with the city's most recent audited financial statements prepared by licensed CPAs, because I keep hearing the deficit. And then, did any independent audit, including that last forensic audit, identify a deficit? That's a question that you can get back to me with in email. And my last question is, did department heads have input into this new budget? And that can be an answer of yes or no right now for the record. Did department heads have input into this new budget?
Yes.
Okay. And thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for your public comments. And I've also had a time and a chance to look at the budget. I have 38 questions. But I'm not going to run off 38 questions in this. I think I'll send them via email. But based on the comments from council, based on the comments from our public and our residents, it is clear that this budget is not just a budget and a tool about spending money, but it is a tool to help us manage, measure, track, implement, and make sure that what we're providing the residents to the city and the businesses that we have here in our city, that we're giving them what they are paying for in their tax dollars and in their services. And there are several things that are very important. And so things like infrastructure, utilities, permitting, because we need people and we want people to come and do business in our city, public safety, customer service, technology. I, as mayor, am looking for trackable, measurable outputs that we can actually implement using the budget and the services that we have for our city. And I will yield because I have a lot of questions, but I'll send them via email, and I have done that. So I'm pretty sure you're tired of getting my emails. Either, in any event, we're going to move on now. And just, again, thank you for the due diligence that everyone has put into evaluating the budget up to this point and the work that has gone into it, because it is a very important tool. Now we can move on to public comments, or do we have any more questions for this? Okay, we can move on to the public comment section of the meeting. And so public comment speak during the public comment section of the agenda. The city clerk shall make the public comment available in City Hall lobby prior to the start of the meeting. All speakers must complete the comment form and provide a completed comment form to the city clerk at 6 p.m. to 6:25 p.m. prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Should the speaker desire to give his or her time to another speaker, he or she may do so by notating what speaker shall receive the time on his or her comment form, provided that the speaker given his or her form that he or she gives all or part of her time up to 3 minutes to another speaker for a total of 6 minutes of speaking time. Speakers may address the council only once during the time on the agenda. Speakers must identify themselves and their addresses prior to speaking. Questions from the speaker may not be addressed during the public comment section of the agenda. East Point residents have the priority over other speakers. There will be a total of no more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may only address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules and decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenities shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing.
All right, we have 5 public comments today. Up first, we have Mr. Greg Fan.
Thank you so very much. You guys have talked a whole lot about the proposal that was proposed in terms of by a council person to consolidate or change departments, and it looked like that you've done that in this budget, but I didn't know that you had approved the proposal to do this. The other thing that I'm concerned about is that a council person, I've said this before, would get in the personnel and come up with restructuring departments. And in the last meeting that the council person, because you said directed to you, so I'll just direct it to you, Madam Mayor. The council person asked the manager if his staff person could explain the proposal that was presented to you guys. The city manager, who was in charge of personnel, he simply said, no, not this time, because I don't know what he's going to say. If that ain't getting the personnel, I don't know what getting in the personnel is about. I heard about the ordinance, y'all need to comply with the ordinance. Then that's something that directions to any employee should come from the city manager. The city manager clearly said, and it's on the record, when the question was asked, can your employee tell about the proposal? He said no, because I don't know what he's going to say. So that means that he didn't have any idea about what was going to be said. And all employees report to him. So you guys got to stay out of personnel, all of you, because you're violating your own ordinance. Thank you so very much. God bless you, God bless your family, and God bless America. Learn your role as being policymakers. Thank you.
Up next, we have Miss Marie Terry, and she had time given to her by Eric Brooks, so she'll have 6 minutes.
Good evening, Marie Terry, 2855 Seven Road. And I spoke before on the budget, so I'm going to actually speak what I was going to speak when I first got here, whether you did the budget or you approved it or not. And my thing is, I'm speaking tonight regarding concerns about the proposed city budget, administrative restructuring, and the direction of city operations. Residents were present with reduction affecting the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment, reduction to police travel and training, and cuts impacting departments such as Public Works and Sanitation, departments that directly affect residents every day. At the same time, the city is proposing approximately $1.3 million toward arts and events expansion, cultural affairs, programming, additional event-related priorities, even though many of these programs already exist. I am also concerned about growing responsibility being placed under the city manager's authority, including oversight connected to the 50 worst properties initiative and expanded event operation. The city manager already oversees all city departments, and adding additional large-scale responsibility raises questions about operation capacity, accountability, and whether the city is stretching leadership too thin. East Point is currently governed by many newly elected officials and new administrative leadership. Because of that, residents deserve thoughtful planning, transparency, and a stronger focus on stabilizing essential city services before expanding programs that are not core operations. The priority should remain public safety, code enforcement, consistency, sanitation infrastructure, and neighborhood stability across all wards equally. And I thought I added a little bit something with the neighborhood infrastructure to that budget you're doing. A lot of residents notice everyday issues before they notice festivals. Potholes, sidewalk repairs, street lighting, drainage problems, code enforcement, cleanup assistance for seniors, abandoned property mitigation. And I also had something about arts and events, that it matters. The arts matters for one reason. It improves community identity and increased business traffic. Now I'll say this, with that budget being said, everything said, and you talk about the 50 worst properties, I had the worst, excuse me, City Council, I had the worst time in this city when my home, 2855, was classified on the 50 worst property list. And city manager, I also got with your company, I've been here 16 years. So if you're over the 50 worst properties, and when I came down to the office, no one in there know anything. They say they're all newly hired. And if they're newly hired, maybe they need some more training. Because I had a time, I went through a lot. I went through open records requests, no prevail. I talked with your secretary, no prevail. I had to go to court for a property. I've been here 16 years. And if you got blighted property in the city of East Point and there's money to collect it, to add to what we need, y'all need to collect that money. And if you can't train those people, they can't be trained with the 50 worst properties, then you need to find somebody else that can. Because I had to come to this court. And that's not fair to me or any residents. And being with the exemption, as Councilor Carey Ziegler was saying, hey, I didn't know nothing about that either. But I can say this to the city councils. I stand before you guys today. Eric Freely, Jasper Hemmings, Andrea Cartwell, LaTanya Martin, Keisha Chapman, Sean Atkins, Carey Ziegler, Shemaine Mitchell, Star Cummings, city manager, and the city attorney. That city manager is not moving this city forward. Everything I've heard tonight, my city still ain't going forward. Like she said, that bond, we need to get that done. Everything is put to the side. Think about it. This city's been stagnated. The Commons area, Willingham Corridor, back in 2017. You know, all of this. He's taking the city backwards. And you guys being silent about what he's doing, that's hurting us. Y'all need to stand up and look at what that city manager's doing. We need this, we need that. We got a new crew here, come on. Y'all need to make it happen for this city. Because that happened to me with that 50 worst properties, you need to take it out of his hand. You put all these events in his hand, take it out of his hand. He's only to run this city. If he can't run this city with all this laying off and saying you're going to do this, you can't even do a budget right. That budget there was really ridiculous from what I've seen before, having somebody from the finance department run that. And he didn't have nobody up here to run that. Nobody knows anything. He's playing a guessing game. And we're going to do this, we're going to, come on, y'all, come on. If he can't do this city, we don't need him in our city. We need to get moving. I've been here 16 years. I haven't seen anything but Walmart and the roundabout down at 285. Y'all need to get with the program. Y'all really do. And stop hating and stop playing that biting. Because when you came after me with that, when I got through at that city council with that protest, I got a letter in the mail. Didn't have my name on it. Didn't have the clerk's name on it. Y'all need to get it right.
Up next, we have Ms. Jackie Slaughter. I believe she left. Okay, thank you. Mr. Tom Warlow. He left too. Got it. All right. Alex Jean Baptiste Jr. All right, those are all the public comments we have this evening.
Okay. Thank you for the public comments section, and thank you residents for your comments and speaking out today. I think we are now ready to move into council comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for everyone that came out in person, and for those that are watching via live stream for our council meeting. Know that we are taking all of your concerns into consideration, and we will definitely do our job with regards to making sure that we are addressing all of your concerns and your needs. The only announcement that I have is that our Ward C community meeting will take place on next Thursday. It's going to be May 28th at St. Stephen's Missionary Baptist Church. Again, that meeting is going to be, that's a Ward C community meeting. You look for the signs, they will start going out. I received them today. So you'll have signs throughout the community just to let you know, to remind everyone of the meeting, which is going to be next Thursday, May 28th, at St. Stephen's Missionary Baptist Church from 6 to 8 o'clock. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Councilman Atkins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The school year, the academic year is winding down, and I just want to congratulate all of our scholars in the city of East Point who've been promoted to the next grade. And I would like to just give a special shout out to our inaugural graduating class from Briar Hills Elementary School. I had the honor of serving as their featured speaker tonight for their ceremony at Tri-Cities, and it was a great bunch of kids, and so it left me very encouraged about our future for East Point. So congratulations to all of our students here in the city, and I am wishing them a wonderfully productive summer.
Thank you, Councilman Ming.
Good evening. I wanted to first just make a comment and a reminder that tomorrow is Election Day. If you have not yet voted, the polls, I believe, are open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. This ballot includes many things for the primary, but also important judicial positions that once the voting for those items are concluded, it doesn't go on to the later November ballot. And I'd also like to make an appointment to the Civil Service Appeals Board. I'd like to recommend Dr. Herbert Bridgewater, who has a decorated career in public affairs, education, and also ministry and law enforcement. He was actually the City of East Point's first chaplain of the police. He's also served the city via the Building Authority and was a prior chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission. He also has been a neighborhood president for many years of the Windsor Forest community. Given the hour, I'm going to cut these comments brief, so I'd move to appoint him to the Civil Service Appeals Board.
Second.
We have a movement and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Thank you, and good evening, residents, and thank you for joining us tonight. Madam Clerk, please make the city manager's April 17th verbatim minutes for that department head meeting an attachment to my public comments. In that meeting, the city manager, I expressed some concerns from a previous meeting, and he denied making comments that are a matter of the public record. So please attach those comments to my public comments tonight. I also would like to say I will not be supporting a budget that has $0 in it to help residents of this city, $0 for travel and training across departments to help employees, and cuts in public safety, but over $1 million in events. The budget should be discussed in public where stakeholders are involved, not in one-on-one meetings. At the May 11th meeting, there was confusion regarding whether the budget presentation had been properly motioned and placed on the agenda. We spent hours in a previous work session only to be informed by the city manager that he understood he was expected to present the budget. The chair of that meeting and all council members should ensure proceedings are handled fairly and consistently. And lastly, when business owners and developers come into East Point, we advocate that 25% of jobs be made available to local residents. East Point should prioritize its own workforce and ensure qualified residents are considered for available positions. We have capable employees and residents who can fill these roles. For that reason, I do not support the city manager recruiting or hiring from the state of Iowa when local talent is available. Thank you.
Councilwoman Caldwell and then Councilman Freely.
Thank you. I just want to announce the City of East Point Next Generation Summer Internship Program. Applications opened up today and they will go into July 17th. This is a 9-week workshop where students or young adults will learn leadership and team building skills. You must be between the ages of 16 and 21, must live either in East Point or attend high school. To learn more information, you can find this on our website, which is www.eastpointcity.org, and click on the Next Gen Internship Program.
Councilman Freely.
Thank you. Councilmember Hemming did one of my items. Just want to urge everyone to go out and vote tomorrow. It's extremely important to vote in every election. And secondly, I want to thank Mr. Chris Swain and the Parks and Rec Department for yesterday's event at the East Point Historical Society. Also thank the Historical Society for allowing the use of their property. It was the Strings on the Green concert co-presented by an organization called Challenge the Stats, and the Mosaic Quartet performed. And in spite of the rain, it was a really great event. So I want to thank Mr. Swain and our Parks Department.
Thank you. And Council, I would like to appoint Mr. Wayne Lewis to the Municipal Services Committee. If I could get a
motion to appoint Mr. Wayne Lewis to the
Municipal
Services
Committee.
I'm not sure if that's the right name of the committee.
Is it the
I don't know
Municipal
if we,
Services?
I meant for discussion, I don't know if we have that body.
Hold on. I might have the wording wrong. Hold on.
Are you speaking on the Municipal Advisory Board?
That still would not be the correct name. It is the Municipal Utilities Advisory Board, I believe.
So
If that's
what did I
around
have?
utilities.
Yes, the Municipal Utilities Advisory Board. Yes, that's correct. So that was my appointee, the Municipal Utilities, Municipal Utilities Advisory Board for Mr. Wayne Lewis.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. You have another, you're in. Councilwoman Martin Rogers. All right. So we have, we've done with public comments now, we can move forward to presentations, and I think we've already done some announcements, so we can move on to we're going to go with the proclamation. Yes, you have.
I would like to make an appointment also. I would like to appoint Dr. William Bryant to the alcohol board. What's the full name? I'm sorry, Alcohol Appeals Board.
Discussion?
Go ahead.
We have second in the discussion. Councilwoman Hemming.
I just wanted to confirm, is that a joint appointment between,
Madam City Attorney? Okay, thank you.
I think, rather than the city attorney, I was directing the question to Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Cummings. Is it a joint appointment between the two of you? Okay.
Councilman Mitchell to confirm the name of the board.
The Alcohol Appeals Board.
The Alcohol Appeals Board.
Yes, ma'am.
It's section 11-1065.
Is it 65? I have 75.
Maybe not. That's not the appointment section.
Yeah, it's a joint appointment. So, Councilwoman Cummings? Okay. She doesn't have any issue with it.
Second still stands. Okay, we have a second. Was there any discussion? I think you had your discussion. Okay, the second still stands. Are those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Okay. So, thank you, Council. So we're going to move forward to the proclamation. We just want to make sure the honoree is in the building tonight. Is he here? Oh, there you are. Oh, great. Excellent. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for sticking around. Okay, so I'm going to read the proclamation and we'll come down and take a picture. So this proclamation from the Office of the Mayor and of the City of East Point is in recognition of Dr. William H. Bryant, whereas Dr. Bryant is an East Pointer who has rendered distinguished services to the City of East Point and sustained civic leadership, volunteerism, cultural contributions, and that have enriched our community for many years. Whereas through his service on multiple East Point boards, Dr. Bryant has contributed to his valuable insights, guidance, collaboration, and advancing initiatives that strengthen the city and improve the quality of the lives of our residents. Whereas Dr. Bryant demonstrates a spirit of generosity and compassion by volunteering for community turkey drives, food distribution, and personally delivering food to families in need throughout East Point and surrounding communities. Whereas the City of East Point recognizes Dr. Bryant for his tireless services, artistic excellence, and leadership which reflects the highest ideal of citizenship to our community and dedication. And therefore, be it resolved that I, Keisha Chapman, Mayor of the City of East Point, along with our City Council, recognize and celebrate Dr. William H. Bryant for his selfless service and thank him for being an engaged resident. We are truly grateful for your dedication to positive change, the steadfast commitment in empowering our community to uplift and serve our community. Thank you so much, Dr. Bryant, for your contribution. Would you like to say a couple words?
I would like to thank the city of East Point, council, mayor, and all the citizens of East Point, and especially the Meadowlark Homeowners Association. I would like to thank someone that I met years ago, and she and my wife were majorettes together down in Sparta, Georgia. Also, she has her nephew with her, and he wasn't one of my students, but his brothers were. And they are here tonight with us, and they are sitting right here. Okay? All right. So I'm so delighted to have them also. And also, one of the first person I met when I started working with the Department of Juvenile Justice, and she has done a tremendous job, and she's retired now, and she's a very good friend of mine, Mr. Lois Cheatham. And it would be unfair if I didn't say this. The band, they are here. Where the band? Right here. Come on. And all the Meadowlark Association members, please come up. Please come up. Please come up. All the Meadowlark Homeowners Association, please come up. Oh, what instrument I play? I play all of them, but my main instrument is the saxophone. I'm the saxophone player. Come on up, Miss Shirley. Miss Andrews. Miss Shirley Richmond, she is also a entrepreneur in the Atlanta area. She's done a lot of good things in the Atlanta area and getting ready to do some good things down in Hancock County, Georgia.
Yes.
Okay.
Come on. Yes, sir. You go ahead. Make sure the band gets in. That's your band, all right. All right, thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all so much for hanging in there with us tonight. Got some really important things to cover. I do believe we have, let's see, we did the budget presentation that was moved, and then we have the, a presentation by Raycar AI traffic analysis demonstration and smart mobility data use. If we have Mr. Terry Robinson here. And so I'm going to let you go ahead and start your presentation, but it brings an opportunity, the Raycar AI brings an opportunity to better understand how traffic analysis, roadway intelligence tools may assist with coordinating planning, mobility, traffic flow, pedestrian, roadway, safety, event management, even though that might not, event management and broader infrastructure planning efforts. And so this is what this presentation is for tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Good to see you again.
Yes.
It's time in person.
Right, thank you.
Terry Robinson, I'm Raycar. We have the contract, many of you, if you've ever gone to the Georgia DOT website, looked at traffic data, We actually own that system that's there. We provide all the traffic data for the state of Georgia for the last 30-plus years. So if you go to the DOT website, you'll see that stuff we provide them. Our contract, we've been doing it since 1997. I was Georgia DOT for 15 years prior to that. So my job really is to educate how the government, city governments can actually take the tools that are in place under our contract and utilize them. So our contract is basically one thing. The state of Georgia pays for data. They don't buy equipment. They don't do any maintenance. They actually just pay for data. That data, if we don't provide it to them, we pay a penalty. And actually our penalty is higher than the data that we get paid for. So we are very responsible to make sure the 500 locations around the state are maintained every day. The data's coming in real time. And the portable traffic data that's collected is available. So I know I got a lot to cover. We covered it in 2 hours in a meeting the other day. We still had things we wanted to cover, but I'm gonna make this very quick. So as you see on the board, there's a lot we can do for East Point under the contract. Our contract allows you to go straight to the state without putting a procurement RFP out or a quote or anything else and use that contract. That's the way it's written. So you can actually go to the state and ask them, we need help getting information and data. So you don't have to go through that process, which we talked about procurement tonight in these meetings. Want to make sure you understand that we can actually help you through the contract. We actually do, the platform involves truck, volume, speed, truck movements, pedestrians, and cyclists. We also do near misses, wrong way movement, school zone behavior, which is important. I've heard that several times. Parking event usage. Stranded or disabled vehicles. I understand you're 65% of your population's in the older side of the, I do a lot of these, so I get to hear across the country how the population is. And funny thing, I was in a budget meeting for a city council about 3 weeks ago, the same comments. Y'all did a great job of getting through that, navigating through that process. We want to make sure we're providing you guys with the tools you guys need without having to go through a painful process to get what you need for information. Under our contract, our services, we treat Georgia DOT and our other partners around the country as partners. So we want to make sure we're open and honest. What the data can do to cross departments inside of your groups here. So T+3 prioritization, grant applications, traffic calming decisions, journey times. There's a whole list here. I'll provide you guys with this PowerPoint here due to time. The big thing I think I've heard a lot tonight is about the opportunities for grants. You mentioned earlier about having a bond rating. A lot of these processes, we help you through that process to get the grant without having to have a bond rating. That's some of the things we help our partners do around the country. We'll make sure we're providing you guys with the tools that you can actually, the city manager can actually utilize to speed up the process. And we have staff that do that. We don't charge you for that, by the way. That's part of the data process that we provide you data for. So you're not asking you to buy anything. We don't want the cities and the counties and the MPOs to buy anything. I will tell you, like I told the mayor the other day, technology is changing so much. By the time you buy it, it's out of state. It's like your cell phone. And we're using cameras, we're using technology, we're using real-time communications. I know personally, we've gone through three various points of communications through the cell companies we use. So we use all at the same time now, just so we always stay ahead of the curve. So I want to make sure you guys have the information you need for that. And I would, like I said, Mayor, I will send you guys this presentation because of the late hour here. But I'm going to hop over to the part that I think you need to understand what's involved. Is that okay with you? Is the system we utilize at RECOR, which we were formerly Southern Traffic Services, we take data from a lot of existing infrastructure as well and push it over to the system. in real-time format. So if you've got existing cameras out there that are doing police services, you can get data out of them. We can do it in real time. Everything we do is for real time. We're making decisions now, not what something that happened a month ago. You plan for a month out, or a year out, or 3 years out, but you don't look backwards to make decisions that are going to hurt your community. You're looking forward. So that's the reason why we try to push it out. This right here is a little, I did this for Florida DOT. This is how we do this in Florida, is we take the system, the camera system, we push it through our partners, Drakewell, and we push it from there to everybody that needs to be seen. So if it's going to police services, recreation department, city manager, city council, you're all getting the same data. We do separate the public-private information part of it. We do not share public-private information. We don't look at your face. RECOR has a whole division for Homeland Security that does that. We don't. I don't get your private information. That's completely out of our domain here in traffic. In Florida, we have evacuation monitoring, so real-time decisions can be made. We have hurricanes there, so we have to quickly, same thing for Georgia. We do contraflows, things like that. You guys have FIFA coming up. We're working diligently behind the scenes to get ready for FIFA. You've got 40,000, I think, people here in the city. And I think per day, you guys have 500,000 vehicles that enter and leave East Point. That's your number. How I know that? I've been doing this 30 years. I know the numbers because I see them. 500,000 vehicles a day enter your city and leave your city. Some make circles and never leave, but they're traveling your roadways. Your roads get beat up. You need all the help you can get the information and tools you need. We track that information for you. Some of the deployments you see on the screen here today, we do federal highway classification, which is what federal highway requires. When you go to the gas station to get gasoline, 30+ cents goes to the federal government. Georgia takes their share of it. I'm not sure if the city has your share or not, but we help each agency get their funding back through this program. And the more you collect, the more you get back. You're supposed to by rule anyway. I'm not sure if you do or not. We have a safety monitoring camera. As you can see there, we have cameras set up that actually count the intersections, like intersections of pedestrians crossing. And you see we also have turning movement cameras there to actually tell which way cars are going. So you have your folks set your timing on your signals to make sure you're moving people through traffic pretty well. We also have wrong way detection, some safety stuff there. Big conversation piece in the Capitol right now about wrong way to drivers and detecting people doing the wrong things. Kind of detailed stuff, oriented time of vehicles you've got. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that because I want to make sure you guys understand. We can count pedestrians, cyclists, bicycles, cars, trains, dogs, cats, little kids, big kids, whatever. We're doing all of that for the state of Georgia and multiple states around the country. Here's another part of intersection turning movement. We set these up. We can take existing infrastructure. If you've got cameras already up, pull that out of there and give you real-time safety compliance stuff. So it becomes a safety compliance issue thing. We monitor, this is on Mullen Avenue right here. We're monitoring heavy trucks sitting on top of bridges. Part of Georgia DOT's requirements for us. Let me get one more here. Micromobility is a big term used now for complete streets. What we're providing you is a tool that you guys can utilize. City managers love to hear this, and y'all should too. Complete Streets covers everything, so there's a lot of federal funding that's unclaimed annually. We're doing it because we're using multiple systems, whether it's bicycles, pedestrians, dogs, whatever it might be. We are capturing everything in that block, so nothing moves past that point of view without being counted and know exactly what it was and details about that event. That's called Complete Streets. Safety is part of the federal government under the VISA program, set up millions and billions of dollars for Complete Streets for compliance safety, ADA compliance. All these things are encapsulated into that. Want to make sure you guys are getting your fair share of the dollars there, okay? And we work with the state and the federal people to help you get there. That's my job, is to train, educate cities and counties. I'm going to practically every city and county in the state over the next year so that I can educate them on what we're doing so they know the tools are there. So that's the reason why I'm here. Mayor is very nice to let me come in today to speak about this, but we want to make sure we're capturing everybody. One of the things I think that she got a little excited about was we can actually take your current inventory, your current tools you guys have, the current equipment you have now, and keep a record for you and know exactly what's coming and going. Anybody can see it, it's assigned to see it. And on top of that, you don't have to go out and buy equipment when you've already got equipment in your stock. You can track things and how things work. We can monitor parks. How many people are utilizing that park on a daily basis? How many people are walking down the sidewalk? Is a red light crosswalk, is it too short for the people that need a longer time crossing that crosswalk to get across the street? Those are things we're challenged with, and we provide that to you. We give you, whether your park is, the things happening after hours in that park. We work with a company called Sound Thinking. Sound Thinking does gunshot detection. They attach to our system. So we know if there's a difference between gunshot and a car backfiring or fireworks and all that. So those tools are available, and it's all inclusive in one system. If you just have to apply for each event type you want to cover. So that's, I think, is the big thing here, is we can provide you guys with a lot of small tools that add to one big tool that you don't have to actually go out and invest dollars in. You're doing data, and you're getting information in real time. So anybody have any questions? I can go on for another hour, but I won't because it's late.
We can't.
I'm not eating today either, so I drove up from Florida this morning.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your presentation, and I will let any Councilwoman Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you so much for your presentation. So this is your company, it's a camera system. You track, it's real live data, gives you traffic studies, calming device suggestions and things like that. So how would that go in with what we already have? Because we currently have like an extensive camera system here already with our police department. They have the flock cameras. So what is it that you're doing different from what it is that we already have?
What you guys have now is a company called Flock.
Right.
Flock is a police services device.
Okay.
Ours is not. Ours is, we can capture their data, bring their data into our system, separate it out and give you counts. We're more worried about the traffic part of it. We can add our features for the sound thinking part of it, for the gunshot detection. You're not getting counts out of those systems. If you are, the counts aren't as accurate as ours are. But here's the thing, we also put sensors in the road. We put road tubes out. Everything you think of when it comes to traffic data, we're doing. And our stuff has been proven to be, the bigger answer for you is we have a contract that you can actually utilize to get a lot of services you don't have today.
Okay.
Your flock cameras, they do what they're supposed to do for the police. There wouldn't be hundreds of thousands of them across the state of Georgia if they didn't. But they only do a certain thing. Ours are kind of like everything you can do.
They give it a whole kit and caboodle. I got it.
Yes, ma'am.
So what do you guys install? Are they're small, they're cameras? I know you say you do.
We do sensors in the road. If you've been out here on 85 or 75 in the last 2 weeks late at night, you see my guys out there working. I've got guys shutting down lanes, putting sensors in the road for FIFA. They've been there I put those things in 25 years ago. They last about 7 or 8 years once they pave them up like they did out there.
Okay.
So
I can thank you for the traffic backup we've had all week.
You can blame me, but I won't go anywhere.
Okay.
All I can do is report the numbers.
All right, that's fine. I think I did have another question, but it escapes me now, but thank you so much.
All right, and I'm gonna make sure you guys get a copy of this, and then at some point, if y'all want me to come and do a presentation to your staff who actually do the performance in Public Works, whoever may be more than happy to do that. So,
thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hemming.
Madam Mayor, if I may, to the presenter, please. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'm not going to pretend like I understood everything, because I didn't. But I heard something that I really was interested in. You said that there were millions of federal dollars unclaimed related to Complete Streets. Could you talk a little bit more about that, please?
So, Complete Streets, you must you must capture everything in the program. In other words, there's grants for bicycles, pedestrians. That's one part of it. But then you've got traffic part of it, and then you've got a lot of smaller other pieces that you have to follow through to get the 100% federal money for Complete Streets. There's about 4 or 5 programs today that you can go out and get 10% or 20% of it. There's state grants available that fall under that category, but you don't get the full Complete Streets money. That's our mission, is to make sure under the current contract we have with Georgia, and our partnership is we educate you guys and come to your staff, whoever's assigned to that part of it, and go, okay, these are the components you'll need to get there.
So
We don't want the money to be left.
we have in the city of East Point a plan for an East Point Path project, and part of the Path project is to create pedestrian-friendly options.
Correct.
Would your data and what you're capturing be able to help us envision the path so that we might be able to leverage federal funds to
Correct.
complete the path rather than taxpayer dollars, local dollars?
Correct. And so in Florida, we have about 275 path setups in place today. They kind of jumped the curve above everybody else over the last 4 or 5 years. And they actually have about $250 million. That's for the pathway itself to be built. That's for all the components involved, the safety guidelines and all that. So there's no reason why the cities and counties and NPOs can't grab that money either.
And this is my last question because the hour is late. I did not understand your cost strategy. So I heard you say that Georgia DOT pays for this data, but then it's not clear to me then how we might engage with you and the cost that it would be for you to review, for example, our PATH project and help us identify those federal dollars that we might be eligible for.
So I was introduced to the mayor through my partner, Georgia DOT, and that's how I met the mayor that's their job. And I'm supposed to help them train, educate you guys on how to go grab those available funds. So that's how I work through the Department of Office of Transportation data. So being that they asked me to come to all these even DOT district offices and county offices, MPOs and cities to show them how the system works. It's hard to do it in 15 minutes. We said, like I said, on Teams meeting for 2 hours and went really slow, and I'm sure there was 1,000 more questions you had. So it's not compacted into like 7 minutes as fast as I could to get you guys out of here earlier. So, but it's a whole step we can do, and I don't want to see good cities with the opportunity in front of them not know it's there. If I can just get you to this point, then you make the decision. We can get you the money you need, because it's going to go somewhere. Somebody's going to take it. Okay. I just had a conversation about scholarships. What scholarships are available? If you don't apply for them, you don't get them. They just sit there till the next person comes along. That money is there. I just want to make sure the state of Georgia, this is my home state. I don't live here anymore, but this is my home state. I'm proud of my home state. I want to see cities like you guys who can actually take the funding that's available and use it.
Madam Mayor, if I may, to the city manager, please. Mr. City Manager, I would be very interested in you having follow-up conversation, given how much excitement and enthusiasm we heard tonight about moving the city forward. If there are untapped revenue streams, especially at the federal level, related to this PATH project, and I also noted that there was some data around economic development, those two issues came across pretty loudly to me this evening. So I would ask you to have whatever appropriate follow-up conversations you would need to have to help better understand how a service like this might help us gain access to those federal dollars. Thank you. I yield, Madam Mayor.
All right, and for the sake of time, we will follow up. Thank you for that. Thank you for your presentation and for joining us tonight.
Thank you guys, appreciate it. I'm gonna unplug it, but you can plug it back in.
Okay, we'll have some follow-up.
I unplugged it for mine.
Committee reports for tonight?
Yes.
Yes. Councilwoman Connor?
Yes. Reporting that the Human Resource Committee was held on Thursday, May 14th at 6:00 p.m. We had a meeting that was called to order at 6:05. The members that were present were myself, Councilmember Cummings, Dr. Martin Rogers, and Councilmember Atkins. Staff that we had present was Ms. Iris Jesse from HR and Ms. Shania Evans from the City Clerk's office. We discussed all direct reports, evaluations that they should be submitted to councilmen, to myself in my mailbox or in a sealed envelope by this Friday, May 22nd, 2026. If you guys wish to submit the forms electronically, please submit the forms to members of the HR committee, and that includes myself, Councilmember Martin Rogers, and Councilmember Atkins. We also discussed moving from paper evaluations to a 360-degree evaluation. This 360-degree evaluation platform, it's a multi-rater assessment tool. It gathers feedback on direct reports, managers' performance from supervisors, peers, subordinates, and sometimes residents or external stakeholders, typically throughout an anonymous online system to ensure that we have a candid input. It also supports a more holistic assessment by capturing perspectives that would not be visible through a single supervisor review alone. There was a motion to direct the city clerk to obtain information on the 360-degree evaluation platform.
Second.
Hold on. This will include the scope, the implementation options, any associated costs, and to schedule presentation from a qualified vendor for council's review regarding the potential use for evaluating council's direct report and citywide employees by June 8th. So that would be by the first council meeting in the month of June. Now you can say, okay. Do we need to?
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
Okay, and we also discussed the grievance policy and the whistleblower policy from a previous meeting that we know definitely needed to be updated. The whistleblower and the grievance policy, it gives employees a safe way to report problems, any type of misconduct without any fear of retaliation. It also helps to keep the workplace fair, transparent, and accountable by making sure that the concerns are properly addressed. So I have had a conversation, Attorney Wiggins and myself, we did go over the proposed grievance policy and the whistleblower policy. She's made those adjustments on there, so I will get that and I will forward that to council. So she has made sure that all the applicable laws are in place. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to forward it to all the members. So I make a motion. No, so we're fine. We're fine, it's already been done, so it'll go to the June work session for discussion and possible action. So we'll be ready for the June work session. So Madam City Clerk, if you can add that to the June work session, council's discussion and possible action on our whistleblower and our grievance policy. Okay. And that's all from the HR committee.
Okay, Councilman Mitchell?
Thank you. Thank you. I get it now, by now. Thank you. So unfortunately, for the Budget and Finance Committee, unfortunately, we didn't have quorum last month. However, our next meeting will be held tomorrow, May 19th, at 6 p.m. Citizens can phone in at phone number 929-205-6099, and there's also a webinar ID number of 878-3625-5430 to listen into the meeting. Thank you.
Oh, Councilwoman Hemming.
Oh, I'm in for the next item. Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda items 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. All of the consent agenda items, that's my motion, is to approve them all. Yeah, it says 6 through 12. Madam Mayor, I'd like to open the floor for council discussion and possible action on a P3 resolution for Kairos development.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it. Okay. City Manager Jones?
I'm sorry. I understand that this work's been done on it, and I've kind of handed it off, so I'm going to do another handoff between either Councilman Atkins or City Attorney, who's been working on this agreement.
You want me to take it, Councilman Atkins?
Yes, I'll just tee it up. So last week at work session, we had a presentation by the development group, Kairos Meraki Development LTD. And so they presented parts of this project regarding its mixed use elements. Also the fact that there will be a path that would run through the property that will connect where the path is very close to Tri-Cities High School, all the way to the pedestrian bridge that will lead over to MARTA. This particular element of the development is very important as it encourages transit-oriented development as we bring on residential units, and then of course the other elements as a part of this development, which will be known as the East Point Exchange. Our city attorney has worked on, as she stated last week in the work session, a public-private partnership, and she has done that and shared the elements of that with the development team. Those elements have been shared with the development team, and I believe that she's made some adjustments for the item this evening, and if it's the will of this body, I'd very much like for us to take action on it. And I'll turn it back over to the city attorney.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So yes, all of that is true. The conversation that we had at the previous meeting was just about establishing that there's a public benefit for going forward without a competitive bidding process with the development group for the construction, well, the design and construction of the PATH project, which will result in the city reimbursing the Kairos Meraki.
Makari.
Say that once more.
Makari.
So it's M-E-K.
Meraki.
Okay, I had it right. Okay, good. Which would include reimbursing the development company for the money spent for the design and construction up to $2.5 million. And so that has been reduced down to a resolution. Madam Clerk, I did send it to you for posting on the board if possible, on the screen rather. So there's some findings in this resolution that would need to go forward before we get to establishing what the P3 is. And those findings include the substantial public benefits of improved pedestrian safety, public connectivity, infrastructure enhancement, recreational opportunities, economic development, mobility improvements, and enhanced public access. The developer agrees to design, finance, and construct and dedicate the path improvements to the city subject to reimbursement pursuant to this P3 agreement. From there, you will get to the kind of the meat of this, which first approves the P3 relationship between the development company and the city. And it's going to be followed by a development agreement that will be reduced to writing and completed with exhibits that will require the legal review of the city attorney and the review of the city manager, and then finally, of course, approval by the council. The next section talks about the single and sole source procurement findings. We talked about that a little bit at the last meeting to establish the need for avoidance of the competitive bidding process. There needs to be an explicit account of why this P3 structure is a substantial public benefit and why going solely with the Karas Meraki company does not violate any of our procurement rules. The next section talks about the requirement of performance and payment bonds, and then also the city manager has authority to approve and review any letters of credit, any guarantees, or anything else that may be needed by the city attorney or city engineer to ensure that what the city will be reimbursing is done in accordance with our development requirements. It requires that a professional engineer be involved for any as-built drawings, certifications, approved plans, ADA requirements, of course. And then there is some warranty obligations, warranty on the workmanship, the materials, and the construction. And I think we talked about last meeting that that would be a max up to 2 years following the final acceptance of the project by the city. The next part talks about the money, the $2.5 million that the city would be agreeing to reimburse the development company in an annual appropriated amount. So it is not written that all, this isn't it, Madam Clerk. It was emailed. This would not require $2.5 million to be given all at once, especially if the city does not appropriate that amount in the budget. But whatever amount is annually appropriated, it is required to be given 60 days from the acceptance of the path dedication. So each stage, and that probably needs to be reworked, because 60 days from the acceptance of the path dedication almost assumes that the 2.5 would be in a lump sum. However, there's a section that talks about the annual appropriation limitation, understanding that the city may not have $2.5 million to give all at once. I will certainly leave that to the city council to decide how you want that reimbursement to go, but that's an important part of this. Obviously, there is the public purpose findings that we just talked about, and how the path improvements constitute public infrastructure and public improvements. It allows the city manager to execute this P3 agreement and any subsequent documents to ensure that the actions in this resolution can be taken, except, however, for the development agreement, which will require your approval, and then each stage thereafter. So there will be design materials, right? So you guys would have to approve that. There'll be the construction plans, and then the ultimate approval will be the acceptance of the final project. This resolution has to come before the development agreement. Today we did get some parcel identification numbers and legal descriptions of the entire parcel that the path will go through. And once the design begins, there will be an engineer that will lay out what sections of the entire parcel will then be dedicated for the path. In the development agreement, we will work out whether it will be easements or some kind of subdivide of the path from the larger parcel so there can be dedication to the city, but we're not quite there yet. Earlier in this meeting, you guys agreed to move that to June 1st.
Okay, Councilmember Atkins and then Councilman Hemming.
I'm not in.
Councilwoman Hemmings and then Councilman Mitchell.
I just want to first make a couple of comments. First, I'm really happy to see the 2-year warranty listed out. That was a concern when I saw the document last week, that it was capped at 12 months. And then, Madam Mayor, if I may, to the city attorney, I have a question. Madam Mayor, Madam City Attorney, I don't purport to know legalese, but I have a little bit discomfort with the word dedicate the path improvements. And so I just heard your comment about later on, when the parcel and the improvements are completed, we'll decide if it's easements or something else. But is there language that suggests that they are deeding it over to the city? Or I don't know what the mechanism is, but the word dedicate feels a little light. Thank you.
Understood. So no, it wasn't not later, like once it's done. In the development agreement, I need there to be a clear path, whether it's going to be an easement across the larger parcel, right? Because the path is going across private property, right? Which supports this whole single source conversation.
Mm-hmm.
No one else can develop their property. So there either needs to be an easement with the legal description of just the path, right?
Mm-hmm.
But some professional, not myself, is going to have to meets and bounds that of where the path will run, the width, the length, the location, the easterly section of, you get all that, right?
Yes.
And so either it will be an easement, permanent easement, which I don't favor that approach. And let me tell you why. Because the easement then is granted to the city of East Point.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not only the city of East Point that will be traversing this path. What I do favor is a deed, and dedication is an appropriate term, right?
Okay.
That means they're just giving us something, right? And so it would be accompanied by a quitclaim deed. Again, the same legal description of the width, the length, the where the path exists within this larger parcel, that they will give that to the city in exchange for this $2.5 million, making it public property, right? No longer private property,
Mm-hmm.
but just the path as described would become public property so that any visitor, citizen can traverse it without violating some easement that is only granted solely to the city. And that will be shored up in the development agreement.
That will be, okay.
This is just establishing our partnership, which then alleviates the need for the competitive bidding on who we pay to do this construction and design.
So later on down the road, there's nothing that would suggest, for example, they do a public dedication ceremony, but then don't have the corresponding documents that then make it official. This language is sufficient to avoid that. We don't need to amend it
Not
to
yet.
be.
Your
Okay.
development agreement that's coming in June
Okay.
will. I would not recommend to this body to
Okay.
approve anything if that's not done.
Okay.
Right? Because we're expecting to get some property in exchange for the money.
That's great. I also like to point out and appreciate that there's, no expectation of multi-year obligations and things of that nature, and the opportunities for the city to terminate, should that be appropriate. So when I read this document, other than my lack of legalese, I feel pretty confident and would like to see this move forward at the appropriate time.
Yeah, and that is supporting our requirement to adhere to Title 36, Chapter 60, Section 13, which you cannot agree to any agreement that binds a subsequent council.
Yeah.
So if the money is not there in FY '28 or some future council can't afford to fund this, you can't bind them. And that's what the state law says. You can't be held to require there be public money available if there isn't public money available.
Thank you. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Mitchell. I'm sorry, who we have next? I think was it Caldwell or Mitchell?
It's me.
Okay, Councilman Mitchell, and then you're after.
Yeah, could you just expound on that? I know you just recently mentioned where we would get actually property for the money. I'm guessing that you, the 2.5, could you expound on that a little bit more?
So the whole point of this, as it was presented at the last meeting, was that they being the development company, wants to extend the path, not just extend it, but do the design of said path across their property to enhance economic development. You remember that project?
Right, yeah, right.
Right? And so the path would,
Will we just own the path, or?
we would own the path.
So strictly the path, okay. I
Just
mean, I
the
got
path.
that. Got you. I was just, and they would say, I know you mentioned deeded it over to us, and.
That's right.
And how would the payments be broken up? I guess that was another question.
Well, but that's based on you guys' annual appropriations of how much of the 2.5 million you're going to appropriate to paying down your reimbursement to the development company.
Okay, and how do we get to this 2.5 million figure?
I do not know. That number was given to me. I drafted this document based on what I think had been, let me back up. So these conversations have existed since Attorney Bowman. And so I think some of this is numbers or estimates based on when this project first came to the city some years ago, but Mr. Jones is raising his hand.
Okay, great.
I am. So we based the numbers off of a recent project that we just got finished designing, a path, portion of the path, I think is on Norman Berry. So we had some recent numbers that we could use for this 2-mile path, I believe.
And then did you make any comparisons? I know you had the single source and sole source explanation. Was that just a number from a single source, or were there any? I know we can go around the procurement process, but I'm just curious how we got to that number.
So just to be clear, so we literally have engineer numbers, which, those are the most current numbers that you can get because we just had a similar section of path that we can base that on. And I also want to just, so everyone has the context of the conversation, which I don't disagree with anything the city attorney is presenting, just so that you know, this would be a T-SPLOS funded project, and currently, as of April, we have $22 million in that account. So just so that you have a reference point when you're thinking about this project.
I asked that because, we had a whole meeting on our budget tonight, and some people may say 2.5, we're cutting this, we're cutting that. I mean, I love the project. I'm just wondering if could we itemize these costs so we can see them? 2, is there a cheaper option to do this?
So, again, all money is not the same money. Things are focused and restricted to certain uses. So T-SPLOS is particularly focused on capital transportation-related projects. So again, we can't use that for some of our other challenges or budget needs. So I would say with regards to transportation, the bang for buck, the bang for the buck that we have, the incentives and mission and strategic planning that went into beefing up economic development. From all those sense and purposes really tie into moving the city forward and reaching those goals.
I agree. So I'm assuming the money is there, correct? And, one second. Will we be able to see at least how this is itemized? Oh, so I think, Madam City Attorney, I think you said we have to put that in the contract, or?
What was the earlier part of your question, sir?
One, I was asking about the itemized figures, how they got to this, and we would be able to see the cost for, I guess, construction or whatnot, and materials and all that. And, but do we have to have, a payment, how are we going to break this payment up? Does that have to go into the contract agreement?
So, this document just establishes the partnership. You will get another document in June that talks about the development agreement. If it is the will of this body that they need those progress invoices or for progress payments, right, not to exceed the total amount of the project, I think that is something that you guys need to tell me to ensure that it's in the development agreement on how you want to see that going. I certainly do recommend and would ask that you agree to approving the design, right? Because it's yours. They're doing it on your behalf. And then for the construction part, I kind of want to defer to the city manager. He may know more about this than I do. But if there are phases to construction, maybe there's a way to include that in the development agreement to ensure that you guys are, you know, glued in before the money goes on what's happening out there.
Correct. So as it sits right now, I know you said you had to make a couple corrections earlier.
Yes.
Are we able to make a decision on this if it's not in its final form tonight?
The corrections are more stylistic and making sure that what was I correcting? The reimbursement authorization follows what we just said, which is that developer shall be reimbursed the annually appropriated amount within 60 days from the receipt of an invoice of approved and verified project costs. So I just put in exactly what you just mentioned, and I added that the funding may come from T-SPLOS.
All right. Thank you. I yield for now.
Okay, thank you. We are still in round one, and we have Councilwoman Caldwell.
No, all my questions were answered. Thank you.
Councilwoman Cumming.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know we were talking about using T-SPLOS funds to do this, and also I know we digging all into this bucket, but this also is covered under hotel motel tax under OCGA 48-13-50.26A through P. So it is going to be O, and it says parks and trails. So that money can come from there from the tourism product development. So that's another, TPD, another bucket that we can dive into. Even though I know we've worn this TPD bucket out for everything else, but.
And we just learned there might be grant money available from the gentleman. So that's why I put a may. It doesn't have to come from T-SPLOS.
Okay.
Obviously, it has to be an approved project of T-SPLOS. And provided it is, which I'm seeing the yes, it can, but we've got two other sources as well.
Right, and I think the thing that my colleague, Councilmember Mitchell, was concerned with asking about the cost. I know it's sole source because it's their property. They're the ones that are doing the development because it is their property, correct? And I think the biggest thing for him, and just, we want to make sure we get the most bang for our buck. I mean, I don't know what it costs to build a pathway. I know we're going to get some pretty glow rocks on it. I know I was looking forward to that. But I think the biggest thing is just wanting to make sure that we're getting the most bang for our buck, because we digging into these buckets to get a lot of stuff done, so we just wanted to make sure. So I think that was like his biggest concern. But there are other means that we can look at as far as financing this project. Thank you. I yield.
Councilwoman Hemming.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution, a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of East Point, Georgia, approving a public-private partnership agreement with Kairos Development for the design, construction, dedication, and reimbursement of public multi-use path improvements, approving single-source procurement findings, establishing performance, security, warranty, engineer certification, and appropriation requirements, authorizing execution of related documents, and for other lawful purposes.
Second.
Third.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right.
Thank you, colleagues.
All righty. Moving on to item number 14.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to open the floor for council discussion and possible action on a resolution for certifying, for the certifying officer for the Fonzie findings for the DeLoe Village project.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. The presentation?
Procedural question. Is this going to be the same presentation that we've been previously offered on last week's work session?
Madam Mayor, I can answer that. It is, but instead of the city manager, the documents have the mayor as being the certifying officer. So it's the same stuff, just changing the position.
What happened with it? Same presentation. Okay, and I have another comment I would like to make before the presentation, if that's appropriate, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm very grateful for the work that's been done. I received lots of feedback from the Laurel Street project about how they were communicating with the community about these updates and changes. I had a resident text me almost immediately after the presentation was done last week, and there were just some concerns about whether or not there was consistency in what residents who are currently living at this property are experiencing. And so I would just ask that the work that has been done by the staff, I want to thank Deputy City Manager Tyler and Mr. Frank Whitfield from Economic Development for the work that they've done to really be responsive to these residents' concerns. Many of those that she raised were alarming, and the primary driver of it was inconsistency in communication. Council has since received a memo suggesting how Laurel Street is going to be communicating with the residents who currently live there and those who would be impacted by the proposed development. So while I understand this Fonzie is a procedural matter, I just want to implore all developers that enter into our city, it is imperative that we treat our residents with deep humanity, dignity, and respect, and that our communication is impeccable and coordinated through the city where appropriate. And if they were to find some challenges in communicating with the community, they would let the city know. So I would just really, really ask that what we saw presented last week actually translates in the day-to-day lives of those who are currently living in and around this DeLoe Village project. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Mitchell.
Oh, sorry, I'm not in.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers.
Yes, I just wanted to echo the sentiments of Deputy City Manager and Mr. Frank Whitfield for getting that information back on Friday at 11 o'clock a.m., 11:30, something around that time. So thank you so much for that information. I just wanted to go on record to say thank you and acknowledge it. Right now, I am going to make the motion to approve the resolution for certifying officer, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, for certifying officer for Fonzie, finding of no significant impact notice for DeLoe Village.
Second.
Discussion?
You in for discussion? Councilman Atkins.
Yes. For your motion, Councilmember Martin Rogers, are you going to state who that certifying officer is? I think that that's the ask. So your motion is just to approve a certifying officer, but our job was to identify who that officer will be.
The resolution identifies it, so if you're...
I'm about to say, wasn't it the mayor?
I'm so sorry.
So can we confirm who that is, please? What, to you?
Yeah, the resolution says the mayor, but I don't think I heard, I moved that we approve the resolution. I thought I heard that you said that we...
I thought that's what she said.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I stand correct. I thought you said just to approve a certifying officer. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I heard resolution. You heard resolution? You heard resolution? Okay.
Councilman Mitchell.
Yeah, so I'm just confirming that the resolution says it's the mayor.
Yes.
Correct, okay, thank you.
Yes.
I need to understand what is it that I'm being asked to do.
Well, she wasn't here last week. She wasn't here last week.
Can we just? Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. The question on the floor was, what are you being asked to sign off on? Yes, which is an important question. So what you being the certifying officer, and I'm not going to speak on the legal side of things, but in essence, what we're stating is that this research that has been done around disturbing this site to be able to do this construction, that there was no finding of any significant negative impact on the community. So in the report, which is actually in the letter, there's a link to the report. It will be published online for the next 16 days if it's approved tonight, and people can provide feedback on if they disagree with some of the findings there. And those findings touch on everything from was the land, is it protected by tribes? Like, is this formal tribal land, and should it be protected that way? And asbestos, and what's the plan to deal with asbestos removal? So it touches on a series of things, and you being the certifying officer, you representing the city, and the staff has reviewed it, so Planning and Community Development has reviewed it, I've reviewed it, City Manager has reviewed it, the Deputy City Manager has reviewed it to kind of check against some of the things that are on that FONSI to make sure we felt comfortable presenting it to you all. And but the public will have 16 days in case they see something that we didn't, and once those 16 days are up, you will sign off on it, and then there'll be a domino effect of things now where they can actually go get their, and I'm bringing this up because it was mentioned you weren't at the last meeting, so some of y'all, I apologize for y'all having to hear this again. But the domino effect will be, they will be able to access funds, which then will assist with them being able to help individuals relocate. And then they can actually start the process of getting a demolition permit, and the actual, the wheels will start to turn towards the project. But the first step of this happening is us putting this notification out there that we didn't find any negative impacts on the findings of no significant impact.
The negative impact could be that, is it the relocation of the residents in the, or is it, are you talking about the conditions of the site, or are you talking about the negative impact being relocating the residents?
It's more environmental impact, so it's more focused on the no significant environmental impacts, and I mentioned that tribal piece as well. So yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not to that, and yeah, that's a different topic.
Okay, and then to the note on relocating the residents, is that something that is addressed, and is there a plan in place, or what does that actually look like for the residents? Have they had a chance to weigh in?
Yeah.
What does that process look like for the community, and what is the impact?
Yeah, so if approved, again, it's going to set off a series of things. One of them is going to be, we committed, the Deputy City Manager and myself committed at the last meeting that we would host some community meetings with the developer, with the construction management team, and with this organization called Housing to Home. And we will make sure all the residents are informed on the options they have for relocation. So there's a temporary relocation option where the developer will pay for them to temporarily relocate until the project is done. And wherever they relocate, their rent stays, whatever they're paying right now, they continue to pay, and whatever the difference is, the developer pays, so they can do that and then come back. And then the other option is they can take a lump sum and say, I want to be gone forever and just do my own thing and find somewhere else. So a part of, once this gets approved, we will communicate, I will make sure, and I believe the Deputy City Manager will be right with me, making sure that all the residents clearly understand what their options are. And we will have those resources there at those meetings with us to make sure every resident knows, hey, if you want to temporarily locate, here's your option. If you want to permanently, here's your option. And then my hope is that we can be a good resource for them as well, to be able to, if they do want to stay local, you know, they have some options already, but we may know of some unique opportunities that we could, you know, encourage them to explore as well. Yeah.
Okay, I think we No, I wasn't a privy to this, or I wasn't at the last meeting. But the only thing that I want to make sure of is as we're going through this process, that, like you mentioned, communications, like what does that packet look like? Will they know what's to come? I mean, I just want to make sure that all of that is involved in this, and I probably need to look at it once more before we move forward. I would appreciate that time, just for like the next 24 hours, to just look at it again, just to make sure.
Yep, Madam Mayor, I just want to clarify, there's the relocation process, which we'll send that to you in the next 24 hours. One of the things they committed to, and it was one of the council members, I think Dr. Martin Rogers' idea around them standing up a website, and they have committed to standing up a website specifically dedicated to this project that will keep all the information and a single point of contact all in one location.
Okay, thank you. And the reason why I'm speaking on this is because I come from a city where development comes in and people get pushed out and things are communicated and they're misplaced, and it's safety, it's budget, it's a domino effect. It's a big ripple effect. You see what I'm saying? It affects the entire city. So that's why I'm asking for a little bit more clarification on how will it impact not just the people that are being moved, but the city and how we're handling that and what we're humanitarian. Okay, thank you so much. And if the council wants to vote on that now, I would like to see it once more before we sign off, but that's
Madam
fine.
Mayor, I'm in. So the ordinance that was just brought up, it has the city manager listed as the representative or the certified person. And are we saying that we're listing the mayor? So does that need to be changed?
I didn't look at the one that was already brought up. It looked like the old format, but yeah, the new ordinance based on the resolution that you passed to the point about clarifying that the mayor would be the certifying officer as the chief elected official.
Okay, so that ordinance would be updated, and maybe that would give you the time while they update the ordinance to reflect it.
Councilmember Mitchell?
Thank you for your presentation again. I know this came up last meeting, and Madam City Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, but was there a personal liability piece of this? I don't want to scare Madam Mayor. Did we ever define what that was, and is that in this resolution?
It is in the resolution. There is personal liability for which, and I think that was the reasoning for putting it, changing it to the mayor, for which the city would defend. Because the actions that the mayor would be taking would be within her official capacity as the mayor of the city.
Gotcha. That was going to be my next question. Are there any personal protections? I guess he's built in because she would be doing that in her capacity as the mayor. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I think we still have the motion on the floor in the second. Go ahead. Yes.
Madam Mayor, are you prepared to take the vote on the motion tonight? But there's one modification because the resolution before us says city manager, but it seems like the desire is for it to be the mayor. So I would amend your motion, Dr. Martin Rogers, so that the certifying officer, the resolution, the language is substituted to be the mayor. Accepted. Okay.
So you guys don't have the updated resolution, is what I'm hearing?
The one that just came up says city manager.
Because it went through Contract Works as the corrected one saying mayor. So I'm not sure where that one is. But to Councilman Atkins' point earlier and to yours, Councilwoman Caldwell, the motion probably should say it if what you guys have isn't the most recent.
Yeah, in the packet, it says it is the city manager, and I know that several of my colleagues are calling it an ordinance, but it's a resolution, not an ordinance, but it does still say the city manager as well.
So the motion that I just made that Dr. Martin Rogers accepted was to designate the mayor as a certifying officer for the Fonzie for the Delow Village project, and she accepted my motion and then also seconded. Yes.
Okay, so we have a second. So all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it, the motion passes.
Madam Mayor?
I would ask that you excuse me from the meeting. The time is now 10:53 PM, and I need to depart.
Okay, right. Yes, sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so number 15 now, council discussion and possible action on order of 87,000 for the previous approval.
This should have been on
To
consent.
137 for the vendor. I thought we already went over this. Why is?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the change order of $87,000 to $137,000 for vendor Malden and Jenkins for the city audit. The funding source is the general funds.
All those in favor? Discussion. Discussion. Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? All right. Did you, go ahead.
Madam Mayor? Was that the last one? Yes. Madam Mayor, I would like to have a discussion and possible action on the election of GMA's District 3 Southwest officers for the 2026-2028 year.
You skipped
The
number
internship
16.
program,
That was number 16.
we already dealt with that. It's in the city attorney's office to come back with a resolution by June 8th.
Do we need to vote on the resolution?
We voted on
Motion.
it in the work session. We gave a directive in the work session for that item.
So why is it on this agenda?
I don't know.
Okay, so it doesn't, there's no action on item number
Didn't we vote on
16?
that? Didn't we vote on that at the last?
Madam City Clerk, do you have record of a vote for item number 16 from the work session?
We directed,
I will have to look at Ms. Millet's minutes, because if it was a vote, it was not put in the system.
wasn't there?
Yeah, I'll have to look at Ms. Millet's minutes.
Okay, well, I do remember the discussion, and
Do you want to table it until you get a vote?
let me, actually, can we go ahead and move forward with item number 17, because the motion is on the floor, right? It got a second. So I think that we should go ahead and discuss that and then go back, and then I'll make another motion to direct your office just to be on the safe side.
Okay, so you have a second. Any discussion for the second on the floor? All right, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
I'm in for discussion. Go ahead. I would like to make a motion for the mayor and mayor pro tem. Does anyone else want to be the GMA's District 3 Southwest officers?
No, that's not, I'm sorry, that's not what it's for.
It's
There's
to
already
sign the
been-
ballot.
No, so this is the ballot, and the nominating committee has already gone through the process to
Right.
nominate
So
these
somebody-
officers.
She needs to sign it.
And it's just for us to certify this, and every municipality within our district gets one ballot. And so GMA is just looking for us to send this back in. That's
Okay,
all.
perfect. So we don't need to discuss anything, do we?
Yeah, so I move that we accept for the District 3 Southwest officers as presented by the nominating committee for our district, for President Hattie Portis Jones, Mayor of Fairburn, and for Vice President Ruby Foster, Councilmember Chattahoochee Hills.
Second.
Any discussion? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to make the motion that we direct the city attorney to come back with a resolution for the East Point City Next Generation Internship Program by the second work session in June, by the work session in June.
We have a motion and we have a second. Any discussion?
I have discussion, Madam Mayor, if I can. So I am happy to do so. I just need some direction because I'm not sure. Okay, you will help me. Thank you. I don't know what that is. Thank you, thank you.
Okay.
Are we-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, are we still in discussion on that piece? I just have, so for the internship, I believe Councilmember Caldwell mentioned it earlier. The only objection that I have off the cuff, I would like for it to be specifically for East Point residents, because in a very austere budget environment, when other municipalities do internship programs, it is for their city's kids. And so we can't use our taxpayer dollars to fund a summer program for children who do not live inside of the city of East Point, because our kids can't go to Atlanta to do a summer job. Our kids can't go to Cobb County. So while students may go to school in East Point, because the only high school on this south side of the city for Fulton County is Tri-Cities, they may not be East Point residents. So that would be the only sticking point that I would have. If we're using our taxpayer dollars for it, it should be for our taxpayers' children.
I have further questions. Is this an internship program for the interns to work here in the city?
Yes.
Okay, so let me also add that it would make great sense if we don't already have this to make that a position classification, even though they may not get paid or they may get some stipend. That way we can have just the application process and all of that with the residency, and that they can be rightfully employed by the city, even though it's temporary employment, right? We should make the intern position a part of our pay and classification plan, and assign it, small, but a budgetary amount to fund said program. The other thing is, as we work together, I want to ensure that we have some type of waiver, especially if these are individuals that are under a certain age where their parents need to sign a waiver to show that we are not responsible for any liability or workers' comp and any of those other things that may occur while their babies are on city property. So certainly we'll work with Councilwoman Martin Rogers about this, but it may not be just a resolution. There may be some corresponding documents that need to ride along with this.
Yes, and to build upon what you're saying, I believe that the HR department has those documents already, and to also build upon what Councilmember Atkins is stating, to my understanding, these students are East Point residents. That is the one caveat that we ensured that they came from the city of East Point. So thank you, and I'll be in touch.
Atkins, you're
Yes. I do understand, Councilman Martin Rogers said it is her understanding, but I do know kids who were in the program last year who were not East Point residents, so I would like for us to have that as a criteria and stick to that, so that we're using the tax dollars for East Point children. And Mr. City Manager, if it is at all possible, if their work assignments could be tied to some small project. For instance, I know that many residents have asked me about an updated version or a version of the neighborhood presidents across the city. I don't think that's been updated in a number of years, but the children, the youth will have a meaningful project to work toward. I know that when you first came on board and we did a tour of the annex, there's a whole room over there that's got files all over the place. Maybe it's organizing files, but I think that there could be a work product so that there's a sense of accomplishment for the young people participating in the program, and then there's also a value to the city and to the residents of the city.
Certainly, we can do that.
Thank you. Councilman Mitchell.
I'm guessing there's a number you have in mind of how many kids you would like to have? Okay.
From my understanding, it was between 12 and 15 students. It
Okay,
was
so
very
I was assuming,
small
so say if we can't fill all those positions, would we be open to letting other children in, or is that too much?
I believe so.
I mean, that don't live in the city.
Yes, because
I mean, it's for the youth. I mean,
yes,
I get the point.
Yes,
yeah.
yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
So I wouldn't just make it a definite hard no, but if I would say East Point children will have priority, but if there's a slot and it's open, I mean, kids need activities, they need, internships, they need something productive to do, so I just didn't want to make it a hard no. I would just say prioritize East Point children.
So we'll
Thank you.
prioritize East Point students.
Okay.
Yes. We'll run the resolution by all of council.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, City Attorney Wiggins?
Unfortunately, I'm still a little bit confused. So it sounds like the conversation is around a program that already exists. So what is the resolution going to say? It's not creating it if it already exists.
The resolution is so that we have something documented about the program. Yes. So yes, it's budgeted for. Yes, it exists through the Human Resources Department and other departments in the city, but it is best that we have something documented.
Oh, Councilwoman Ziegler, she's in.
Yes, I have a question for Madam City Attorney. So is it legal for us to support someone outside of the city with East Point tax money?
So, no, this is similar to the question I was asked earlier by Councilwoman Hemming. No, that would first be considered a gratuity. Obviously, the public tax dollars need to be for the benefit of the citizens, not for non-citizen.
Okay, thank you. So the resolution would be only for East Point residents then, I would assume?
That's how I recommend it be drafted and how I intended to draft it. But now I understand we're memorializing something that already exists. So, yes, it will be limited. The draft that you guys get will be limited to East Point residents.
Okay, thank you.
So, I'm sorry.
No, I just had one question.
So I would also just like to add, it's going to be thoroughly fleshed out, but at the same time, maybe 10%. Like, yes, we want all of the jobs to go to East Point residents, or East Point scholars, but maybe another portion could be to someone that qualifies but may live in College Park. But I know that we can flesh it out. Or they live in College Park but attend school at Tri-Cities High School. No? Okay, well, we'll work it out.
Y'all making it hard for me.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, I mean, it's fine. I don't think they're getting paid, though. That's going to be my.
So-
It's a paid intern, right?
It's not paid, is it?
It's a paid intern.
So I was going to question them.
So I think the motion on the floor was for to work with, right, so so it sounds like we have the detail, like there's some questions and concerns and details that we want to address, and so we're not approving the actual, anything right now, like resolution of the program, we're just gathering we're in discovery, so we're just asking for approval for discovery.
I still had a question.
Write something, yes. Yes, is that, you go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I was just trying to see, one, was this a paid internship? And does gratuity include, I'm saying it might include, so I'm looking it up now, services maybe, or? Okay, that's what I was looking at. So it's not gratuitous that they're working. Are they giving us a service, or?
If we're paying them, you're using taxpayer
I
dollars.
don't think I thought it wasn't a paid internship.
No, I've heard paid. Maybe I
okay.
misunderstood.
It's a
It's a paid.
paid.
Okay,
It is
I
a
got
paid
you. I got you.
internship.
I thought it was an unpaid internship, though. Okay.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor for the city attorney to go and draft a document that will come back before council for approval. So all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Thank you. I was just following up on the service delivery project and the T-Splosh 3 initial project list. Just wanted to get an update from the, from Mr. City Manager on those two projects.
I don't have an update. I'm sorry if I can, our next meeting, I can get an update on where we are on that.
Okay, if we can just follow, we're just tracking. I know we had some discussion if we need to.
It hasn't had any new developments since the last time we spoke, but I'll follow up on that.
Okay, so, all right. Okay, thank you. All right, who wants to go first? Councilwoman Martin Rogers, Personnel? All right, so. Anything else? Okay, anything else?
One real estate.
You said you have one real estate. Okay. And then I have one real estate, I think. And that's it. You go ahead. You have one real estate as well?
No, personnel.
Personnel? Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3 personnel, 2 real estate, and 3 legal?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Well, you just said it, but I'd make a motion
Yeah.
that we adjourn the executive session for 3 personnel, 3 legal, and 2 real estate.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. I'm going to the,
Madam Mayor,
yes?
I need to be excused from the meeting at this point.
Yeah.
Is this what we doing now?
We are now back from executive session. Can I have a motion to reconvene? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. Council, we have a motion to move forward as discussed in the UBIDE case. UBIDE. Is there a motion?
Yeah.
It's been moved and properly second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Is there a motion to adjourn? Approve, a motion to approve the executive session meetings minutes. It's been moved and seconded. Second? All those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it. Yeah. All in favor? All of the opposed? The ayes have it.